Hey guys, what's going on? Happy Friday, everyone. How's y'all doing? It is time for more Mass Effect. Mass Effect Andromeda. Let's see, what did we do? We rescued the Moshai on Saturday. I think that was Saturday. Anyway, I think we're pretty much done on Vold for now. There are some side activities that we can still do there, and we may do those at some point. We may take a day and just do some of the smaller stuff. But we've gone back to Aya since we brought the Moshai back here. And now we know what Meridian is, where Meridian, well, we think we know where Meridian is. But now we have access to all of Aya. And we got that at the end of the stream on Tuesday. So we're going to do some stuff here. I know there are some side missions and tasks here as well. So we'll do that. And at some point tonight, we'll go to Kadara for the first time. Let's go up here. Let's see who can talk to.
The Ket have turned more aggressive. Abductions are down. Now they're slaughtering outposts.
They're scared. Overcompensating.
Things got worse when Ephra sent the new aliens to help our forces on Vold.
Correlation doesn't imply causality.
Oh, I hate it when you say that.
Then
Seems...
prove me wrong. Gather more data.
I always do.
I mean, I know it's a side conversation and all that, but it seems kind of low. Burp, burp.
Sam, what's this?
The decontamination console for visitors to the med center.
Okay.
Touch the start pad to use it.
Oh, Cora's over here somewhere. There she is. She's training, or watching the training, I guess, of the
Let's go over this again, everyone.
Angarans.
Wish I could join in down there. I could use a workout.
What we're doing right now is nothing like a battle.
Getting lots of stairs. Reminds me of being on Persia for a song.
Oh, see, oh my goodness, C-Star, thank you. Oh, wow, 38 months. Holy bananas. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Happy Saturday for you.
Cool, everybody.
6 minutes in. Thank you. Happy Friday / Saturday.
For some Angara, we're the only humans
How
they'll
are
ever
you?
see.
How have you been?
It's huge.
Whatever happens, we'll make a better show than the Ket.
And I think there's a merchant over here somewhere, the armory. Yeah, so you can buy weapons.
Ephra cleared you to purchase weapons over my objections.
Anything I buy will be used to fight Ket.
You fight our enemy, but you're not one of us. Remember that.
I'm good. I am good. I think the coughing and the headaches, coughing and the nausea that I was dealing with a couple weeks ago or so, it's on its way out the door. The only problem is I still have to deal with the nausea part of it because I'm playing Elden Ring offline, and it is the only game that I've played so far in my life that gives me motion sickness, so I have to keep an eye on that.
Sam, is this thing safe?
Yes. The slight
Yes.
ringing in your ears is nothing to worry about.
Very reassuring.
Ulvek.
I assume you're the human everyone's buzzing about.
That's
If
me.
you're looking for treatment, I'm afraid I don't know enough about human physiology to be much help. Unless you can make use of the ion beds.
If Jal takes a hit on my watch, my doctor needs to know how to treat him. Can you point me to resources she can use to learn your methods?
So you're considering all possibilities.
Yeah.
Jal is in good hands. I have medical journals on treating Angaran injuries and preventing complications. You're welcome to upload them to your ship's doctor for study.
Is there something special about the beds here?
They're filled with a negatively charged iron gel. The gel works with our natural electricity to speed recovery.
Think it'd work on other species?
Without bioelectricity, it would be of small benefit, but it might reduce pain.
As far as how Elden Ring is going in general, it's actually going pretty well. Don't get me wrong, it's still a Soulsborne, and in spots it's very hard. But the thing that makes Elden Ring extremely palatable is it's open world, and you can level up, and you can find better gear, and you can buy stuff, and you know, all of that. So you can level up as much as you feel like you need to before you fight any bosses. You get to decide when a boss fight happens, unless you just happen to run across one, you know, in a cave or something like that. But you know, if you run into a boss for the first time, and you know, pardon my French, you get your ass handed to you, you know, you'll spawn back outside that area, so you can, okay, hold that thought, I'll be back later, but I will be back. And then you can level up as much as you need to, and you can go try again. If you fail again, then you can go level up some more. So like I said, it's open world. You know, I would suggest giving it a try. I mean, especially if you can find it on sale. Bioelectricity.
So you guys are electrically charged?
Our bodies produce a store of electricity that we can dispel in a surge of energy. We use it for short-range communication, healing, even combat. I admit, I was surprised to learn your kind doesn't have that ability.
Some of us are biotic. It's similar, kinda.
I would be interested to study
Kinda.
biotics.
Exactly, C-Star, and that's why I
moving.
decided to give it a try.
Ishari.
Is because, you know, Nordic Road, formerly Miss Nordic, has been streaming it, and you know, it seems reasonable. And as far as the motion sickness goes, Elden, I don't know what it's just a camera. I've done some of the things that people have suggested that worked for them to combat that, and that is, you know, turn off stuff like motion blur. The game also has an auto rotate camera feature that you can also turn off. I did that too. None of them help. I don't know what it is. It just does it. Dramamine helps. If I take Dramamine about an hour before I start playing, then that can negate it. But it you know, it seems to kick in about an hour after I've been playing for about an hour. So after about an hour, you know, if it seems okay, then I can keep playing for a little bit. If it starts to feel like it's coming on, then I can stop. But interestingly enough, I've one of the things that I found or read about online, they seem to help. I don't know if you've ever heard of these kinds of if these things or not. These are called C-bands, and it essentially works. My understanding, I'd never heard of these things before, that it works off of pressure points on your wrist. And it's got a little nub in it, and you put that on the skin side of the band at a certain spot on your wrist, and it's supposed to alleviate, the claim is that it alleviates motion sickness, just general nausea, morning sickness, stuff like that. So it seems to help. So, you know, I've been wearing those. That's why I have them on right now, is because I was playing earlier before the stream started, and I started to feel it coming on. So I probably should have put them on before I started. So anyway, yeah, I mean, the game, it's, if you've played any of the Soulsborns, it's a lot of that stuff is exactly the same. You know, if you die, you drop all of your, they're called souls in Dark Souls and Bloodborne, blah, blah, blah. They're called runes. And here, if you die, they're dropped on the map at that spot. If you can get back there before you die again, then you get to pick them up. But if you die before you get back to them, they're gone forever, so. And the map is huge. There is lots to do. But it doesn't feel like fluff like it does in a lot of other games. Recruitment efforts, Kadara Port. And oh, by the way, happy Friday, Eldon. Thank you for coming out. I appreciate it. Things are as bad as we thought. The deserters don't care about anyone but themselves. Recruitment efforts have found zero traction. Ironically, we've had better luck gaining support from the new aliens. A small group pledged to support the resistance and alert us to future activities on Kadara. It seems unlikely the enemy would give up on the planet so easily, but maybe the presence of these new aliens has confused them. Regardless, I recommend we abandon recruitment efforts and instead focus on infiltration of the local population using deep cover agents. I'll submit a list of candidates in my next report. Rasky, I guess? I don't know. I mean, I'm running it at... I'm playing it on PC because of most of the achievements in the game are just pretty silly reason to play it on PC, but most of the achievements in the game are for killing bosses, and I just wasn't sure how many of those I was going to be able to kill. So that's why I bought it for PC. Plus, you know, I've got the nice beefy PC and I can run it at max settings pretty easily. It's a pretty game. It's not quite as colorful as something like, you know, Horizon Zero Dawn or Forbidden West or Tiny Tina's, for example, but it's a very nice looking game. Casualty report, Vold. Several whiteout. Oh, by the way, before I go any farther, we talked about this the other day, Eldon. I did find the mod, the Shut Up Sam mod. It was weird. I don't know if it's going to work or not. We'll have to wait and see. I used the Frosty mod manager for the Frosty games, Frostbite games. It crashed the mod manager the first time I tried to start the game after installing the mod, but I immediately restarted it and it was fine and the game started fine. So I'm hoping it's okay. It gave me a warning, said this mod was created for a different version of the game, so maybe they didn't update it for the latest version of the game. I don't know, but we'll see. Casualty report. Severe whiteout conditions have made casualty confirmations difficult. Expect these numbers to be adjusted in the next update. Hopefully, they'll be lower. Ket ambushed a night patrol in the Lundaran crevasse. 3 dead, 2 wounded, 1 missing. Squad missing outside Techix. Presumed captured, 4 missing. Sniper caught in avalanche on southern slope. Presumed dead, 1 missing. A shuttle suffered mechanical failure, made hard landing on Steen Ridge, 2 wounded. Argument in the barracks got out of hand. 1 wounded, mostly in his pride. Nice. People are getting nervous. Commander de Tershov. No one questions your thinking, and we all understand that the circumstances we're facing are unprecedented. However, you should know that people are talking in the barracks about these new Nexus aliens, quote unquote. Setting aside how they look, smell, and behave, how can we be expected to trust these things with access to our most secure world? On behalf of my unit, we submit that this so-called Pathfinder crew, again, quote unquote, shouldn't be permitted to roam the city without an escort. We're keeping close watch on them. Comment, don't worry, we're not letting them see us. But it would be easier if we could assign a guard to each visitor whenever they're on Aya. We hope you'll consider this option. Respectfully, Voller.
Well done. Much better, everyone. Keep that going.
Oh, wow, you can see him from up here, too. Never noticed that. All right, so we talked to the ancient AI the other day.
Please,
I was not designed to remain operational this long. I have nothing to say to you.
Now we've already did all that.
Well, good luck.
I hope you die.
Pathfinder, I don't think saving this AI will provide useful.
It is difficult to enforce laws on a group that operates outside of them.
Okay. So anyway, C-Star, if you're interested in seeing some of the game, I was considering last week on the Saturday morning stream, we did some Elden Ring. I might do that again tomorrow. So if you're interested in seeing some of it, not that you're not welcome otherwise, but welcome to come by and do that.
Ryder.
Ryder.
What do you think?
I could get used to this.
We take turns living here. You can see why.
It's amazing.
I love pretty much everything about it.
I love the air, the breeze. And one day we'll have more places like this. I have faith.
But you gotta have faith, the faith, the faith. Bow, bow, bow.
Thank you for making sure that the squad behaves while on Aya.
I don't tell them what to do on their own time.
That's not how Paran sees it. I predict jail in your future.
I predict jail in your future. Ah. Oh boy, we got more. Oh, wanted engineer. Looking for a level 7 starship engineer. Experience repairing and maintaining Varlstead Juve thrusters is required. Will work for peanuts for extended travel periods lasting up to 6 weeks or more. Basic zero gravity combat training preferred, but can be learned on the job. Meal prep skills and an engaging conversation style a plus. Must be clean. Submit applications to Captain Samajer at Dock 3. Stay strong and clear and clean. Let's see, bulletins. Ket raid on Dar Hiljov. Resistance scouts on Vold report a Ket attack on Dar Hiljov has left the settlement in ruins. Exact casualties are still being calculated. If you are from Dar Hiljov or have family there, please contact Enro Bosan in the governor's office. Nutrient paste processing breakthrough. Yummy! Teams researching food processing discovered an improvement to refinery techniques, that will yield a 15% increase in caloric values and better preservation of the original ingredients' flavors. Statement from the Moshai in answer to persistent public inquiries regarding the health and status of Moshai Cepha. She has released the following statement. Thank you to everyone who has expressed concern for my well-being. Rest assured, I am currently hard at work with the Milky Way visitors to eliminate the Ket threat and restore peace to our people. Another update. Resistance recruitment surges. Recent victories on Vold have spurred renewed public interest in joining the resistance. Volunteer signups increased 500% over last year. Efradet Tershav encourages everyone, regardless of age, talents, or experience, to submit to a resistance recruitment screening. Okay, have a good night. Thanks for coming out. Thank you again for the resub. Oh, we forgot the sub hype. Thank you. 38 months. Oh my goodness, that is a lot. Thank you. Scourge strike on southern Havarl. Archaeologists working at a dig site on Havarl's unsettled southern continent were forced to abandon their camp when a freak tendril of scourge energy pierced the atmosphere above their location. No injuries were reported, but the team leader stated the group lost years of research in the event. Kadara Port travel advisory. Cargo ship and transport vessel crews are reminded that Kadara Port remains a high-risk travel zone. No official business has been sanctioned with the deserters, and contact with the Milky Way immigrants living on Kadara is strongly discouraged. Last one. At least from this station. Vold Victory Drive. Vold's people desperately need basic supplies. If your family can spare nutrient paste, unused clothing, outdoor survival gear, machine parts, tools, extra weapons, and ammunition, it would make the difference between life and death for those resisting the Ket conquest. Place donated items in the nearest Victory Drive station of your residential complex. Oh, the Moshai Sefa has returned! The rumors are true. Our beloved Moshai Sefa has been rescued from the Ket by brave members of the resistance, aided by the Milky Way visitors. The Moshai is recovering and in good spirits. Reminder from Governor Paran Shai. You may see unusual visitors on Aya in the days ahead. Don't be alarmed. Don't be scared. They're here as guests. Remain vigilant and report suspicious activity to Aya security, but do not attempt to confront or restrain anyone yourself. Ooh. Is this the person that was scanning me?
Hello there.
I'm working.
I know, on me.
You scanned me pretty hard. That wasn't your way of saying welcome, stranger?
I wanted to be discreet.
Noted. What's your interest in me?
You're an alien on my homeworld. Why wouldn't I be interested?
Yep.
You could have asked.
Fine. Will you submit to a full spectrum analysis of your biology?
Are you looking for something specific?
We share many external similarities. I want to learn if that holds true internally.
Many
You haven't even
external?
told me your name.
Darnfred, biological researcher.
We gotta host.
Jill, thank you for the
everyone.
host. Happy Friday. Hello, Jill. How are you? Let me scan you first.
I have a scanner too. Seems only fair you let me go first.
That's ridiculous.
It's my final offer.
You're bold, Pathfinder. All right, scan me.
Identify for retina scan.
Angaran skeletal structure, muscular formation, and organs are optimal for thriving in harsh environments. As previously discovered, they can also generate and discharge bioelectrical energy.
How are you,
All done.
Jill? How's everything?
You're interesting.
So are you.
I'm good.
When we face extinction, family is our final comfort. Do you understand that?
Yeah, because family is like everything to these
I've
folks.
spent long enough around your people to understand what family means to you.
You only see the surface. Family is everything. Not only the one we have now, but the ones that follow us. What will your family look like in 5 generations? 10? How many of you will there be?
You're worried there'll be more of us than you.
I have 23 grandchildren. I want to know what their grandchildren will inherit. Goodbye, Pathfinder.
Test subject. We gotta give a shout out here for Jill. Jill's another excellent streamer here on Twitch. She does Fortnite, and you may have to remind me of some of these. See Resident Evil. She's a very, very big Resident Evil fan. And there was something else. Resident Evil, Fortnite, and was it Among Us or Fall Guys or something like that? I thought it was like maybe one of the battle royales. Oh, that's right. You're right. You have a better memory than I do. Dead by Daylight, that was one of them. Yep. Ruins from Dar Kulmal. This fragment is from a wall of the governor's public residence on Vold, which was destroyed by Kett bombardment during the initial invasion. I gotta clip my fingernails. The governor, all staff, and most of her immediate family were all killed in the blast. When Vold stands liberated, this relic will form the cornerstone of a monument to those who gave their lives defending their home. Is Dead by Daylight the one that they just announced their first official, I guess, gay character? David, I think it was. That was what I think Final Counselor was talking about the other day. Kett Exaltation Tool. Until recently, we knew this was a Kett tool, but didn't understand its purpose. Scholars have recently determined it's used in the exaltation of our people. Though it may be difficult to look at, this is Avela's museum, by the way. It's important we learn and understand exaltation to protect ourselves and our loved ones. I know, my memory sucks. And Garin, that's a dagger? Looks like a sword. This dagger dates back nearly 4 centuries to the time just after the Scourge appeared. Faced with a technological dark age, our ancient ancestors learned to fight and hunt without the use of advanced weaponry. That's a dagger? It's a sword. Oh, this is the helmet that we found. In the time before the Scourge, Angaran pilots who wore helmets while covering the vast distances between planets. It's speculated that remnant technology was used. Somebody remind me that I need to buy some decryption keys tonight. Was used in this helmet's construction, attracting the Scourge's attention. So you've already talked to her, so there may not be anything else to say.
Pathfinder.
What's your job around here?
Aelin and I help Avela with her studies. I specialize in restoration.
So you make relics look new.
New as I can. I'm not a miracle worker, no matter what Avela says. She'll praise Ellen and I to anyone who will listen. Never had a supervisor like that before.
I'll leave you to it.
Stars.
Pavoa, I'm glad they finally let you into the city. You deserve it. This is Aya's Cultural Museum and History Archive. It's small, but you've already made it brighter.
Yeah, so you've already had all these conversations with her, so.
I'll come back when I have something.
Stars guide your travels.
And writing things down too. That helps. Excavation from Havarl. Archaeologists on Havarl recently discovered what they believe are pieces from the oldest structure as yet found on the planet. These fragments were literally uprooted by mutating vegetation rising from an underground cavern. Though the exact cultural nature of this find remains unknown, teams of researchers have recently established a permanent dig site to search for more clues. Coffee. Ancient pottery. This pottery fragment is believed to be ceremonial decoration from the ancient temples of Havarl. All right, PB, what you got? Well, let's look at this thing first. Remnant device, we can't know. That's why she's standing in front of it. While we can't know for certain, theories about this remnant device suggest its function may be to convert rocks and sand into nutrient-rich soil. Terraforming.
You know, the more I interact with the Angara, the more I feel for them. Especially with what we know about exaltation. I can't imagine.
I'll be back.
Believe me, I'm pissed off on their behalf.
Have a good lurk.
You nailed it. That's exactly how I feel. We need to.
Hopefully we'll see you in a bit, Eldon. Feel better. Okay, I know we've got some more stuff to do in here. Summers.
Your words are as empty as your future.
I am arrived. I don't think that's the way that's supposed to go. What's up? Happy Friday, Sovereign. Happy Friday, everybody. Though we don't know much about the Remnant or its creators, we've determined the Remnant were present in Helios long before our people. The Remnant's purpose appears to be the same as the planetary vaults. To transform a world... it's Friday. To transform a world into a thriving, beautiful paradise. Before the arrival of Pathfinder Rider in Revolution 826, modern attempts to interact with the Remnant had been unsuccessful, but we've been able to coexist with them peacefully here on Aya. Well, good. Take the rest of the day off. And how about take the weekend off, too? You have my permission. And Garan exhibit. Though we know little about our pre-Scourge ancestors, evidence points to a grand multi-planet society with sophisticated technology. Many recent discoveries indicate our ancestors even traveled vast distances between systems.
Is this show for my benefit? Because I'm benefiting.
It is indeed. Unfortunately, I think we're past that part in the game, Baldar, so you're probably not going to hear it live. Anyway, happy Friday. Let's see. Let's get some join gig going here. There we go. 2 pieces. Oh, we did that already. Where does this one go? Okay, this is the other way around. All right, makes sense. Beep, beep, beep. It's more Ket stuff. Ket exhibit. Oops. First contact with the Ket varied among our homeworlds. While the Ket sought to confuse Havaro with silence, they murdered the ambassador on Vold. They turned our worlds against each other and took advantage of the confusion and chaos. It's important for us all to learn from this moment in history and to present a united front in the face of adversity. Okay, what is this going to be? Exhibit coming soon. We're currently updating this display to bring you the latest in historical finds. Thank you for your patience. Okay, so we came in over there, so let's go out this way and go around the other side. Okay, yeah, the bar is down there. We've got Drac and Liam there now. Okay, oh, good. Good, I'm glad. Uh-oh. Oh, is this where the governor is? Oh, oh. I mean, I can barely hear that. Alright, we'll come back and do Liam and Drac here in a bit. I'm gonna go down to the markets.
Exaltation is just another word for how the Kek kill us.
And if you're wrong? If we've been killing for them without realizing it?
I saw a Ket up close when they attacked. It was nothing like our people.
The Ket weaponize their victims to make you hesitate.
And when the Kek begin to exalt your people, what will you do then?
Thank you for that. Insight, Pathfinder. The issue facing us is complex. Come, my friends.
Deliberate with me.
Hasta la vista. Typical stuff with the first visit to someplace. Lots of talking.
Pathfinder, analysis reveals this plant to be fruit-bearing.
Can we eat it?
Unknown. If we find more samples, I can transmit the data to Dr. Tapero for testing.
Fresh Paraco.
Okay.
Share them with your friends.
They let you pass the gates. Huh.
It's an honor, and I understand that. I'll be respectful.
All right. Everyone deserves a chance to prove themselves.
All right, what do we got? Biotic recharge. Get rid of the salvage right off the bat. I don't remember how much the decryption keys are because they're sorted by price. Biotic recharge. Let's grab one of those. Probably need to look at all my weapons and gear and stuff. Next chance we get. See if we got any upgrades we can do.
I'm not selling to aliens.
Oh.
I neither want nor need your business. Go away.
The resistance needs volunteers. Uh-oh, we got something to scan. The Ket have felt the power of the resistance, and they know their end is coming. Our victories on Vold are only the beginning of what we can achieve, but we can't defeat the enemy without your help. If you're tired of living in fear, if you believe we were meant for something greater than slavery, if you're willing to stand up and fight, you'll find a new family in the Resistance. We'll train you to strike back at the Ket and reclaim what is ours. The Resistance defends the future of all of Angara. Join us. I'm not going to buy anything from you, sir, because we're going to hold out for the remnant armor. But we'll look.
Clientele is always welcome here. Have a look. I'm sure you'll find something to your taste.
This is what they all say.
The sales pitch is good, but it's the follow-through that matters.
I'll let my inventory speak for itself.
One of the things that I like saying to people when they're obviously touting something, yeah, and of course they're paying you to say that too.
Security between yourself and danger.
Doing okay?
Who knew saving a respected member of Angaran society would open so many doors? I've been talking to some of their traders, seeing if we can work things out.
I know you like looking for the advantage, but we need to earn their trust first. Don't bargain too hard.
You're the boss.
The way she said that's kind of almost kind of a laugh. You're the boss. I'm going to do what I'm going to do.
Indulge in a little luxury.
Your credits are as good as anyone else's. Don't start any trouble and we're fine.
I'll be the poster child for no trouble.
Whatever that means, it'll do.
Uh-oh. What do we got? She doesn't. Oh, remnant fighter model. Something for the ship. There we go. There it is. Cryo ammo incendiary. You got 35,000. How many is it gonna let me buy? We'll grab a couple. All right.
Goods for the home, tools for the field.
This is the one with the food.
Veteran? I was there when you landed. Watched you get escorted through the city.
I get why everyone was on edge. I didn't mean to worry them.
We've been through worse than the arrival of one human.
I've never seen fruit like this before. What are these?
Paripo. Sweet with a little bite. Sometimes, if I'm lucky, I have a few kiloa or elmok.
Is fruit scarce here?
In this form, yes. Very expensive. If you buy a paripo from me, it means you have something to celebrate. It's a luxury, meant to be shared with friends and family.
I'll get moving.
Something I can do for you?
I'll get moving.
If I don't sell it, you don't need it.
Arbiter again. Oh, we've got to get the third one from somewhere. I don't remember where it is. There it is. I think. Alright, see. Display stand. Memorial Garden dedication. We rose from nothing to touch the stars, made homes on many worlds. Do not mourn what the Ket stole from us. Celebrate what still remains. All things reach their end and make way for new life to fill the void. The worlds and people we lose will return in time. Family grows forever. We dedicate this garden to those who are not here with us, but who will one day return. This place is for them. And where was this Arbiter person? They were to the right somewhere. Did they move already? Oh no, another one. The resistance need volunteers. Same one. Angaran mural. It's a painted wall mural created by Angaran artists. Just walks in and starts stealing stuff. Port captain's computer. Oh, there's the Tempest. Cargo manifest. The following items are cleared for immediate shipment to Vold. 3 crates of solar heater replacement parts mixed. 4 cases freeze-dried nutrient paste. 2 crates GD-75 ammunition, explosive rounds. 6 crates reinforced heat retaining synthetic fabric. This item has been quarantined pending port captain review. 3 unmarked cases of Marley bottles. Cask dates unknown. So we got some hooch.
Pathfinder.
Okay, is that it? Goodbye. Translated from Shalesh. My love, I never planned to leave. Every moment I spend with you only brought me joy, even though you've never understood what you mean to me. Excuse me. There were moments I could have shown you how I really feel, but I wasn't brave enough. Not that you could have accepted me. Now I have to go, and I don't think I'm coming back. I hope for a day when we owe nothing to anyone. I dream of a moment where we find each other again and claim the lives we always should have had. Aw. Mariko.
When you have a moment, we should talk.
Sure.
Pathfinder, this is a tremendous honor. I must express my admiration for all you've done. Crossing the void between galaxies. Navigating the Scourge to find Aya. Incredible.
The odds were against us, that's for sure.
Yet here we are. Strangers from different galaxies conversing in friendship. Extraordinary. I am Mariko Darej, Chief Voneron.
A Voneron. That's very... I don't know what.
Linguistics, not my strength. I am a celestial observer, charting the movements of stars, planets, and the Scourge.
An astronomer. You know the safe routes out there?
We deploy satellites that alert us to new hazards and opportunities. But we've lost contact with several key observers. They've simply stopped. I sent a vessel to scan their last known locations.
Yeah, this is anything with a teal border and an exclamation mark in it. It's a side quest.
Advanced. I hoped you could aid our search.
Even Pathfinders need a good map. I'll look into it.
I knew you'd understand. I'll provide search nav points. And when I can finally reconcile our charts with fresh satellite data, I'll gladly share all we have.
Safe journeys. All right, was there another door over here? So I thought we talked to the governor at one point, but maybe that's... Let's see, what do we got here? Gil, we got to go back to Nexus for that. Go back to Nexus for that one too. Overall. Okay. Helios on Aya. Safe. Search Vold and Kadara. Got that. Trading favors. Take the shipment back to Soka. Let's do that one.
You came back.
I have bad news. Your supplier, Keldo. The cat got him.
Thank you for confirming how he died. You have his supplies?
Keldo ran weapons for the Resistance. You were his contact.
Good, good. Continue.
Ephra asked you to test me. See how I'd handle myself.
And I told him you were smart.
The cat had your weapons. I got them back.
Yes. All of them. And Keldo's killer's dead. This is good. You're honest, Pathfinder. Reliable.
Are we friends yet?
How many more of these tests do I have to pass?
We don't trust outsiders. But maybe we can work with you. Need to get the weapons where they belong, but... Keldo would want me to help you. I have things you can use, and I want to see your credits for myself.
Trade?
Trade?
Think I'm getting the better deal. All you walk away with is a number.
True. But who knows what that number will be worth.
A Bitcoin.
My inventory's open to you. Anything you need.
Okay, what's this guy got? Incendiary, overdrive. It's probably nothing. Meditation crystals. Now, where was the one? It must be under tasks. Drone recovery. Local cuisine. There it is. Oh, wow. Okay, I thought maybe it's 3 different things. Pathfinder. Oh, plant varieties, not plants. Plant varieties. We gotta talk to Liam and Drac too. Don't forget to do that before we head out to see Ms. Sloan. Well. Rider.
I'm so glad you're back. And in one piece this time.
I was in one piece last time. A little dented, but in one piece.
You hit that wall so hard you had amnesia for 2 weeks.
Technically, I was still in one piece.
Okay, that's weird. I didn't scan anything, but it counted for me. Little mock. Maybe I gotta go back to the market and just scan the ones that are on the cart.
Ryder, I took a look at the plants you sent. Good news, they're edible.
So we can grow them on the Nexus.
Not just these. If the genetic makeup is similar, most of the food on Aya could be edible. But I need to be sure. Get a sample of fruit from the market.
Paribo? Haribo gummy bears? Yes, please. I'd like some gummy bears.
Something I can do for you?
Can I get a few of those fruits for the Tempest?
More than one? You Pathfinders are richer than I thought. You don't need it.
What do you mean?
You really are new to Helios. Look at it this way. This Paripo feeds 1. Or we can break it down into nutrient paste and feed 20. Raw fruit is rare because it's excessive. A luxury. Better to make the most out of it, right?
Okay, let me have 10 then.
Is that what you guys eat?
Of course. It gives us the nutrition we need without wasting resources. The food we grow is precious. We have to make the most of it. And once in a while, we treat ourselves.
Huh. Maybe we should look into this stuff.
A responsible choice. Rowan will be happy to give you a sample from the Tavatan. I'll send a few fruits to your ship in the meantime. A gift.
Thank you.
I'll get moving.
Tavatan is the board for bar, I believe. Essentially.
Welcome to the Tavatan. Feel free to order a drink, or if you're hungry, we have nutrient paste. Not as exciting as fresh fruit, but you'll like it.
I'd like a drink.
That's it? No reaction?
What's
You
in
do
that
none of the
stuff?
shepherd.
In short, everything. Nearly all the food we grow goes straight into processing. We can feed an entire planet in a single harvest. Even ship some off-world.
How do you stretch your food that far?
It's complicated. Hard to explain without going into lengthy detail. But I'd be happy to send some to your ship, along with my process notes.
The Nexus would love that.
Consider it done.
What does Tavatan mean? My translator won't pick it up.
It depends on the context. If it's a person, it means an old friend. If it's a location, like this, it's more a place you could bring someone home to.
What if you need to meet your Tavatan at the Tavatan?
It's not so hard to understand. I'm sure your language has
Oh,
its
it does indeed.
Don't get me started.
there, and there.
That's all for now.
We'll come back anytime.
All right, guys. What you got? Ryder.
Hey, kid.
That's it?
Pathfinder.
Rex. Pepper.
Pathfinder.
Nutrient paste vats. Alloy shell 21%, ingestible organic material 74%, industrial food processor, creating and storing nutrient paste.
Real change in tone after that care facility. Half the Angara are thankful, half are even more suspicious.
Let's try not to make it worse.
Don't worry about me. They're busy glaring at Cora for some reason.
Gee, I wonder why that would be. All right, let's see what's got on our map. That's the governor. I'm pretty sure. There's the arbiter right there. I knew they were there. I thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye. Excuse me.
I never thought I'd see the Moshai again, least of all thanks to you. Welcome to the marketplace. I am Arbiter Renav. I enforce correct conduct between merchants and customers, resolving any disputes. As the first outsider to enter the city, you are ignorant of our laws. We should change that. Goods for the home,
okay.
for the field, supplies for all your needs.
Who decides what happens to people who break the law?
It depends on the grievance. I settle minor offenses right here. More serious ones require a tribunal.
Hold on a second, let me take these bands. They are kind of tight. You may not be able to see it on the camera, but it does. It does make marks on my skin.
Where I'm from, the biggest trade law is don't cheat. Is it different here?
I suspect we define cheating differently. What is unfair changes based on perspective. If I don't sell it, you don't need it.
I don't want to cause any trouble. How do I learn your laws?
I'll transmit a full readout. Familiarize yourself with the contents.
When trouble comes calling,
Personal responsibility is a core foundation of our society. We expect it from everyone.
Understood.
Please visit my colleagues in the Governor's office and the Resistance headquarters. They'll teach you about our culture and what it means to walk free among us. Your understanding is critical. It would be unfortunate if you accidentally violated our laws.
Indeed. All right, so let's go talk to these folks. And we'll talk to the governor.
Moshai insists on meeting with the council immediately.
She's only just returned from a Ket prison.
Not to mention a breach of council scheduling protocol.
Our Moshai has never been one for protocol.
More's the pity. Arbiter Renav told me to expect you. I prepared a datapad detailing our laws. Read it fully.
Okay. Wow. Page 5. 1 of 5,983. Yeah, I'll be back. Charter governing citizens of Aya revised. As defined by the first founders of Aya, this world and all who live on it agreed to abide by the laws, customs, and regulations of a civilized society that has existed for centuries on other worlds. These rules of conduct ensure a voice for each family within our society and gives them certain inviolable rights. Excuse me. We'll be back, Mr. Beauchamp. I want to grab... I want to talk to the other arbiter first.
I'd
Stretch. Oh, we did already talk to him. Just didn't get the full Monty.
We're coming. I prepared a datapad on our laws regarding war. Learn them.
Oh, it's only 241 pages. Nice. Proper conduct of war against the Kett. Though we face an enemy that will not stop until our entire civilization ceases to exist, it's important we not abandon the principles of basic morality. The Kett must be defeated, but not at any cost. It won't matter if our future generations can live without fear of death or enslavement. If that freedom was achieved through genocide or other barbaric crimes. All right, now what? Is that it? Okay. All additional tasks. Oh, excuse me, pardon me. Okay, I'll talk to Enro first. Side quest.
Pathfinder, as you can imagine, your arrival raised concerns from Aya's people.
It'll take a long time to trust strangers again.
Which is why they want the Nexus to listen to them. We've set up terminals in the city so people can leave messages for your people on the Nexus. I'd appreciate if you take a look and forward their communications to your people.
Sure. Oy.
When I first escorted you through our city, I wasn't sure it was the right thing, but you proved I was wrong to doubt. No, more than that. What was done to my people. You made sure no more will suffer exaltation.
We're in this together. The initiative wants to help.
I want to believe it. You're so different from the Kett. What can I do for you?
Why didn't you tell me about Kadara Port when I first arrived?
I assumed you already knew. We didn't realize there was a difference between your exiles and the initiative.
Fair enough.
As for Venturev, Ephra hid his betrayal from everyone. He'll answer for that.
Person we got to talk to when we get there.
So what do you do for fun
He's
around
been
here?
Incarcerated.
The Tantan is a popular spot for recreational activity.
Right, but what do you do? Can't work all the time.
Productivity is the best form of relaxation.
It's also a great way to get stressed out.
You sound like my brothers. All 10 of them.
10?
And 8 sisters. They're not allowed to bother me at work.
Oh, interesting. I don't remember that being an
10
option.
brothers and 8 sisters. You have a big family.
I've always thought of it as average. How many siblings do you have?
A brother, Scott.
What happened to the others?
Our parents only had 2 children. Underachievers.
That sounds relaxing.
Underachievers.
When my family gets together, the noise is like standing next to our largest waterfall. My mother says I became governor so people would have to listen to me.
Is she right?
Always.
Mom.
I sense tension between your government and the resistance. Who's actually in charge?
Ephra likes giving orders. right until the actual work of running a city starts. The Resistance is good at protecting us from the Ket, but our people need more. I've learned to indulge Ephra's need for control, just often enough to maintain my own.
What's it like being responsible for a whole planet?
I suspect it's like being the Pathfinder. Some days it's a burden. Most of the time, I know I'm where I should be.
How did you become governor? Do your people elect leaders by popular vote?
If by vote, you mean argue loudly until one candidate remains, then yes. I got here because I was willing to endure and fight for the obligations that come with my office.
Is there time in your busy schedule to meet someone special?
I just want to see what she says.
Everyone is special to me, in their own way.
Not what I meant.
Oh. No, that isn't a priority right now. Someday, maybe.
Maybe. So you're saying there's a chance?
Your people revere the Moshai. What did she do to earn that?
After the Scourge, our civilization was in ruins. Those who led the rebuilding were thinkers, experts, and inventors. The Moshai is the greatest scientific mind of our generation. She led us to a new age of technological innovation. When the Ket attacked, she studied their technology, learned their tactics.
You owe your survival to her.
We owe her everything, and we'll do anything to protect her.
Might be a scratch on one of my lenses. It's not coming out.
I have a few questions about your culture.
I'm happy to answer them.
Don't take this the wrong way, but this isn't your only city, right?
Not at all. Vold and Havarl both have several large population centers. Aya has numerous residential areas similar to this.
Are these places open for visitors?
In time, perhaps.
Aya seems important to the Angara.
Aya is paradise. This world is a gift. We created the Vassals so everyone could enjoy this place, if only for a short time.
The Vassal?
The time of change. Aya's resources are too limited for our entire population to live here. We each earn the privilege of spending a few years on Aya. When our time is up, we leave to make room for someone new. The cycle repeats throughout our lives.
Will you have to leave?
Someday. For now, Aya needs me.
I've noticed that you, Ephra, and Jal all speak with different accents.
When the Scourge first struck, there were many Angaran worlds. They were separated for centuries. We developed divergent cultures and dialects. Ephra was born on Vold, and Jal is from Havarl.
What about you?
The Ket left my homeworld in ruins. Those who survived were forced to flee. We found a refuge on Aya. My family helped settle this world.
I'm hoping you can help me get on Ephra's good side.
If I knew how to do that, my job would be much simpler.
Sometimes it seems like you two don't get along at all, and other times...
He's a brilliant tactician and inspiring leader. We just disagree on what's best for our people. He believes secrecy and isolation keep us safe.
What do you believe?
We can't defeat the Ket alone. And neither can your initiative.
Thanks for your time.
Ishare, Pathfinder.
Okay, there's a terminal back here too. Get that. Council meeting notes. Translated from Shalesh. Personal meeting notes of Governor Paran Shai V wants to open Southern Valley region to development with goal to provide refugees with permanent homes. K believes we're already at risk of overcrowding and harming local ecosystem. Votes to use land strictly for food production. M proposes compromise solution to construct orbital habitats using Nexus technology. Refugees would rotate between Aya's surface and orbital habitats using lottery system. E disagrees with accepting initiative help and especially tech. Points out the black hole will make orbital construction projects difficult and may attract notice of Ket patrols. Final vote delayed to Novoabov. We need a better home for our people. Vold is fallen, Havar remains unstable, and I is too small to support all of us. Excuse me, is Kadara Port an option? Do we even dare attempt reconciliation? She's getting close to where she's got to clean up her inventory. Okay, is this one locked? It is. That may be the room where once we get everything cleaned up and they put a representative from the initiative there. That's where they'll be. I believe that's the spot. Okay, we already read that one. Citizen messages to the Nexus. Download. All right. Subject, let there be unity. Before the Scourge, Angara were one people. It took centuries after that disaster to find each other. And by then, we'd be divided too long. That's how the Ket were able to conquer us. The war forced us back together, but now you've upset the balance. Some don't trust you. Others want you to save us. Divisions are forming. If you're really here to help, keep our people united. Subject Pavoa and Ishere to you all. I'm writing this in my final days. I've lived a long life that now comes to its natural end. I've known great loss and pain, but also joy and hope. I think we have that in common. My fate is to leave at a turning point in history. Part of me is angry. I won't see what happens next, but I've made my peace. Whatever becomes of your people, mine and the Ket will reverberate into the lives of my great-grandchildren, and that gives me strange comfort. I know there's more to this life than war and hardship, but I've seen enough to know your people understand that too. Be well. Take care of each other. Change life for the better. Goodbye. Subject, we wish you peace and good fortune. Don't be deceived by the posturing of Efra de Tershov and his resistance. We are not a violent people. We're scientists, investors, artists, caretakers, and explorers. This is our home, but there is room enough for us all. We told the Ket the same thing, but they didn't listen. We hope you do. Subject, no one will read this. This message will never be read by the Pathfinder, much less reach the Nexus. We're so desperate for allies against the Ket that we're willing to make the same mistake with new aliens. This little stunt by the governor won't change anything. We may as well be screaming into the wind. I always forward these unedited. I don't actually know what happens if you edit them. Do you have a choice as to what to change, or does it just some canned updated response? All right, more messages. Subject, join our fight. You proved you can fight the Ket on Vold. Resistance doesn't impress easily. Stand with us. Together we will take this war to the enemy's home. We'll make them feel terror. We'll show them despair. We will break the Ket, and when that's done, we'll share the rewards of victory. Subject number 2. Are you at war with each other? We've seen members of your species act with violence, greed, and selfishness. That's where we're going next. We've found evidence of your people attacking and stealing from one another. Why do you hurt each other when only the Ket stand to gain? If our people are slow to trust you, it's because we can't understand why some of you seem determined to hurt others. Even the Ket stand united in their cause. Why don't you? Number 3. We have much to learn. I've spent my life wondering what other beings might exist. Your people are nothing like what I imagined, and I'm glad for that. I thought I was long past being surprised in life. My sons and daughters draw pictures of you and ask me all sorts of questions. They want to know everything about you. We hope you feel the same way. There's so much we can teach each other. Number 4. I believe in our future. Help arrives when you least expect it, and your arrival was unexpected. You came to Aya wounded and in need, and we didn't welcome you. You went to our other worlds and helped our people overcome terrible challenges with no promise of reward or friendship. You wouldn't do that if there wasn't a goodness at your core. You want to understand and be understood. This is the heart of a great alliance. Send those unedited as well. So Joel's available. Well, he will be. We're romancing Vetra this time, by the way, for those of you that might be wondering about that. Probably should have fast traveled. You'd be a little quicker. Power repo. More messages. Thank you. Number 1, I remember the first time I met the Moshai. It was one of the greatest moments of my life. She has done so much for our people. When the rumors began that she'd been caught by the Ket, and worse, killed, I lost hope for our future. You restored it. I don't care what anyone says. I believe you came to save us. Subject, go home. This is not your galaxy. You don't belong here. Anyone who thinks you're different from the Ket is a fool. I see you for what you are, and there are many more like me. Subject, none. If you come in peace and friendship, Pavoa. If your hearts are filled with deceit, you will die. That is all you need to know. Subject, Pavoa. My name of Jaka. My family said I could write to you. I've never met an alien before, but I'd like to meet you. I think we can be friends. All right, let's go to the dock.
Ryder, I analyzed all the food samples you sent. You're good to go. Everything is safe.
Nice.
You sure? Liam already ate the Peripo, and he's not dead.
Good enough for me.
I passed my data along to the Nexus. Congratulations, Ryder. We have food.
Wow! More messages. Number 1, why are you here? What impulse drove your people to cross dark space? Oh, if you only knew. What have you come for? Do you expect us to believe you're just explorers who want to live in peace? I think you fled something terrible. I think it might follow you here. Uh-oh. Mass Effect 4 plot. The Reapers are coming to Andromeda. Maybe. Questions. Which one of your species actually controls this so-called initiative? Are you even different species or just genetic constructs customized to fill different roles? Why do you all walk on two legs like us? Is it so we'd accept you? What did you look like before you crossed dark space? It's weird. Subject, keep off Havarl. Too late. When I heard you were granted permission to land on Havarl, I filed a complaint with Governor Shi. That world is one of our most sacred places, and it's not for outsiders. Even the Ket keep their distance because they know we'll fight to the death to protect it. Anyone who defiles Havarl will face consequences. Last one, share your gifts. You built ships to travel across dark space. Show us how to make them and let us retrace your path. There are no Ket where you came from. Cool, but there's something worse, at least at the time they left. We have a generation facing extinction, but you could help us go where the enemy won't follow. We've suffered enough. Give us hope for a better life. Alright. All of that stuff is done. I see no more markers. Alright. There should be... should be good to go. Let's check the logs here. Eos Havarl. Placing a hammer. Hammer time. Firefighters on hold. Enemy intel. Bolts. Missing science crew. Defeat the architects. Travel to the Urosk ruins. Find other battle sites. Frequency. Interference source. I vaguely remember those. No, let's not do that. Let's do... go to Kadara Port. Alright, let's get out of here. We get a new place.
Director Tan, good news. The Angara opened an embassy for us on Aya.
That is a surprise? What are their expectations?
They survived the Scourge and the Ket and rebuilt their civilization. Don't forget it.
Appeal to their pride. Sensible. I will gather envoys and send them to Aya. Thank you, Pathfinder. We'll take it from here.
Yeah, so that's when they go. Oh, monkey time.
Hey, little guy.
Does the Pyjak scratch his butt? Uh-oh. Oh, man.
Lexi, your dad was Turian? That explains so much.
What's that supposed to mean?
Here we go.
You know, how uptight you are.
I am not uptight.
Not even 300 years old and fussing at us like a matriarch.
The doctor. Thank you.
We were right about the vault on Aya, huh? What a find.
And this Meridian vault might jumpstart all the others.
I knew hitching my wagon to yours would pay off.
So what's your take? Is this Meridian what we think it is?
Everything we've seen, each remnant system we've uncovered, is connected to everything else. The bots, the monoliths, the vaults. It stands to reason that activating Meridian will connect the entire network and rekindle terraforming across the cluster.
So you think we're doing the right thing?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for chatting. We'll talk again later.
You know it.
Vetra. We'll talk to everybody before we head out.
I thought I hated the Ket before, Then we learn about exaltation. I can't even begin to imagine how Jal feels about this.
I was curious about you and Sid, being on your own from such a young age.
Yeah, I really wouldn't recommend it.
Where was your mother in all this?
Back on Palaven, I suppose. She was an awful person. All she cared about was climbing the ranks. She and my dad fought all the time. I think at the end they hated each other. When things were really tough, I thought about going back. But she wouldn't have accepted us. Whatever my dad did destroyed any chance of that.
How did he keep you and your sister afloat?
I was barely more than a kid myself, so lots of unskilled work. Construction jobs. No one else would do the dangerous stuff, so I would. Being up high, crawling under things. I could shoot a gun, so eventually I moved into smuggling. Even more dangerous, but lucrative. We were never rich, but we got to comfortable.
Where was home? Palaven?
No, we'd already left Palaven by then. Whatever our dad was involved in meant we weren't welcome there. I hadn't even gone to boot camp yet. Sid was barely a year old. We eventually settled in a mining colony in the Minos wasteland. 2 years later, our dad was gone.
You probably have work to do. We can chat later.
You know where to find me.
Okay, let's see, nothing there. We've got some rewards. Don't have a lot, but go ahead and grab what we've got. Every little bit helps when we get to that, but oh, it's up now. Nice.
So the Angara were fighting their own this whole time. Fuck.
Wonder how Jarl's taking it.
Not well.
It gets worse.
Ryder.
Got
any stories or advice to share?
Does a pie jack scratch its butt?
A little foreshadowing, maybe?
Tell me more about fighting Ket.
Destined are annoying. Quick. Got some crazy mist that hides them from view. Their friends, too. Take a Destined down, and that mist goes away. Makes them a prime target, if you ask me. Perfect for grenade practice.
Got any stories or advice to share?
Does a pie jack scratch its butt?
We can talk more later.
Sure. Gil. Oh, we gotta go back and do the thing with him later.
Did I hear right? You're going after the Archon's ship?
Looks like it.
Last time we crossed his path, you nearly broke my baby here. Now, tell me you have a better plan of escape this go around.
Nope.
We'll be winging it, as usual.
I'll get my tools. Just stay out of the Scourge, huh?
Out with it already. What's the deal with you and Callow? Anything I should be concerned about?
Twist my arm, why don't you? It's contrasting styles more than anything.
Yep.
He's a blueprint guy. I'm gears and guts. Got ink on his digits, not grease, up to his elbows. If you didn't have me to balance him out, you might be in trouble. Heck, maybe that goes both ways.
Good talking to you, Gil.
Anytime. Man, the Nexus looks so cool. Oh, I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Oh, so the doors are closed now. Oh, no, they're not. Okay. Let's see. Is Liam gonna be down here? Vetra's not, because she was upstairs. There's Cora. Drinking game?
That vault on Aya was so gorgeous, so alive.
How do you know you weren't
And
there?
Meridian might be the key to the others.
No wonder the Archon wants to control it, like everything in Helios.
How's the search for the Asari Ark going?
Still deciphering the Ark's last known course from the flight recorder, and making sure we're ready for a fight.
Any more Commando war stories?
We once infiltrated a dangerous cult by posing as new initiates. Valenza hated it. She was like our padre. The cult, that perversion of faith, really upset her.
How did you stop them?
Nasira pretended that Valenza needed to be purified of evil. She was given a private audience with the cult leader. Valenza shot her, and then prayed for her.
See you later, Cora.
I'll be here.
I'll be here.
It's a forward station, by the way. Right there. Looks like somebody's... Oops. It's been melded with something. Alright, so Liam's not there. I wonder where he is. Was he upstairs by the AVP terminal? Maybe he's in the crew quarters. No, that's Drac. There he
They
is.
much to say about that facility on Vault.
There will be. But maybe not right now.
I get you, pal. Inane chatter about nothing coming up. Pathfinder, sorry if things got strange last time we talked. You're the first person I told about all that. It, felt really good.
I know it was really personal. Thank you for trusting me with it.
You say that like I was making logical choices. Thanks for getting it. Anyway, made me think we should do more just out and about. Off ship, like the market on Aya. I've got some contacts and some things I'd like your eyes on. But mostly, it's
Oh,
stay
okay,
out.
that's when it happens.
Something
Okay,
familiar.
got to do this first.
Turns out I need that.
Stay strong and clear.
We've talked enough for now. I'm still processing our disagreement, and I need some distance.
Okay. Uh-oh, info board. No, we've already read them all. I'll go check in with Sam. Maybe get a dad joke or two. See the current set of models we've gotten. Which ain't much. Email terminal. Okay, we got Kavela. No, not Avela. What's her name? The reporter. Okay. Oh man, we've got a lot here. Confidential. Vold Intel. Commander Doziel, since your liberation of the labor camp on Vold, some information has come to my attention. For years, the Ket ignored our work in the frozen city of Janik. Searching for details of our buried past didn't seem to threaten them. One day we must have uncovered something that the Ket deemed extremely dangerous. They invaded the city, killing or enslaving our archaeological team, and locked it down. Intel from the labor camp seems to confirm what have to this point only been crazy rumors. There may be an ancient pre-scourge AI locked in the city, locked in the ice of the depths of the city. Right? We've already done all of that. This explains the prefect's swift and violent move. I've heard that the Ket shun tech like artificial intelligence, and they certainly wouldn't want us to have it. Please keep this knowledge to yourself. Message from Vold. Intel on Ket to writer from Raylis. Greetings, Pathfinder. My name is Raylis. I serve the Angaran Resistance. Some of our scouts have returned with interesting information about the Ket that I'm certain will intrigue you. I will wait for you on Vold. Please come soon. About, let's see, from Ephra. Thank you for returning the pre-scourge AI that you discovered on Vold, even though Jal tells me that it was against her wishes. He also tells me that she is an unreliable liar. We'll see. I can be very persuasive. I've just had her installed in the Resistance HQ. Such a valuable resource can't be simply given over to scientists to study, quote unquote. So far, she is locked down and uncooperative. This tech may prove important to the Angaran people. Our alliance is indeed, proving fruitful. About Liam's movie night, to writer from Suvi. Dear writer, I heard that what Liam's planning. It seems like a great idea, even if things are unsettled at the moment. I'd love to help out. Stop by when you can. Suvi. Writings of Sarissa Theris, to writer from Cora. I know you're busy, but Sarissa's manuals and writings really are worth reading if you have some downtime, especially Rock in the Maelstrom, her classic work on crisis strategy and emergency response. The First 3 Centuries, The New Huntress's Path. You can borrow the copy that Nasira gave me. We won't do the drinking game unless Cora speaks it in a conversation. And she will, believe me. 12 Leaves, a mix of meditations and tactical insights. This was co-written by someone called R. Tanaya. Speeches and Silences. This is about her experience in the Battle of Kirkus and all the politicking that led up to it. Also has the original battlefield vids of Sarissa shielding a city district with her biotics. Impressive. Essays from the Void contains her induction address to new commandos and a historical analysis of the first Astari Spectres. Hope you enjoy them, Cora. All right. Communication from Jal to Sarah. Ooh, writer. The Moshai sent some news from Aya that she asked me to share with you. Under her guidance, officials are again allowing study in the Aya Vault. It comes with great risk, of course, so she's restricting participation to her brightest students under armed guard. Although she doesn't have your ability to interface with the Remnant, she wants to be ready to assist you however she can once Meridian is found. These are interesting and exciting times. Joel. She's fond of you, truly. I haven't heard her talk like this about someone in a long time. She didn't ask me to tell you this last part. I just thought you should know. Thank you. Please keep moving. To writer from Natola to Lion. You don't know me, but word is you're looking for our Ark, the Lucinia. Is that true? The Nexus leadership's been so tied up with the station, it's like everyone forgot about her. Please don't give up. My foster sisters here were on the Lucinia. I've watched for them every day. If they're really out there and not lost in dark space, please bring them home. Praying for you and the people I love. NTL. That last talk to writer from Vetra. Writer, thanks for listening to me. I hope I didn't come across whiny. Could my life have been different? Sure. Could have had a dad, a mom, a rigid upbringing, and great prospects in the Turian civil service with the stiff collars and the yesers to go along. What I'm saying is difference, not always better. I don't regret anything or what I've done to get where I am. Don't regret coming here either. Vetra. Man, there's a lot. Thanks for listening. From Liam, enough said. Costa. Yay, we're down to the last screen. To Ryder from Gil. You know how I'm out there searching for me true purpose. Yeah, poetry ain't it. Helios, are you healing us? Oh God. Sheesh. Should be sleeping, but to Ryder from Gil. Worked for 42 hours straight. Ship's humming. Called it quits to get a little shut-eye, but I'm wide awake here. Figured I could use the time to practice my poetry. Didn't know I practiced poetry? Neither did I. Probably because I don't, but here it goes. Helios, are you healing us, or will we regret ever coming? Because the kit are forever bumming our space. Wait a minute, is that actually good, or has the analytical sphere of my brain fallen asleep? Poker journal, to Ryder from Gil. I seem to have misplaced my poker journal. It's where I keep notes on all the others, their tendencies, their tells, any other insights. And other insights. It sure would be awful if one of them happened to find it. P.S. It's a fake and I placed it in public so they'd find it. Don't tell. Some weasel. To Ryder from Callow. Hello, Ryder. Quite the rescue. The Tempest isn't intended for these kinds of operations, but she's performing splendidly. Not that I encourage you risking your life for stress tests or anything. Still, well done. I spoke to the Moshai when I happened past Medbay. She left an impression, I must say. Patient, but remarkably driven. It's easy to see how she withstood the pressures of torture and that place. Sometimes I wonder what my people could do with a bit more time to be patient. Messages to the Nexus. To Ryder from Director Duran Tan. Ryder, I've been receiving all the messages you forwarded from the Angaran populace. It's encouraging to see that even in these initial phases of contact, we have supporters among them. Though it's equally clear we have to our work cut out for us in winning over the rest. But I'm confident you're on the right track. I would have been surprised if the Angara hadn't expressed skepticism. First contact is a complicated situation, and if roles were reversed, I'd be suspicious of them if they arrived on our doorstep. Thank you for passing these messages along. They'll prove invaluable insight as we navigate these tricky waters. Director Dan. Carrie, to Ryder from Carrie Tavessa. The things I'm hearing a garden world, a whole new species. If you can talk on the record, you know where to find me. All right, emails. We're cleared out.
Hello, Sarah.
Hello.
Exploring the Exaltation facility brings a Solarian quote to mind. We uplifted desperate souls into weapons, and know not what we destroyed.
That's a fair description of exaltation.
I have changed since we linked, but I am still myself. Exaltation takes personhood and overwrites it, destroys it. I already understood that such destruction is wrong. Now, through you, I know why it is abhorrent.
Uh-oh, dad joke time.
How are those jokes coming, Sam?
Why do Elcor start stampedes? Because they wish to be heard.
How are those jokes coming, Sam?
I am formulating a new one.
How are those jokes coming, Sam?
I am formulating a new one.
Okay.
Thanks, Sam. Nothing more.
Ring. All right, I think that is it. Let's get out of here finally, and it's almost break time too. Oh, we gotta talk to Suvi and.
Try talking to him for you. That's kind, Subi, but I don't think it will help.
Oh, we gotta talk to. Oh, we gotta talk to PB in her apartment at the Nexus. Never mind. It's about her project.
The discovery of Aya was just what we needed, Ryder. The Angaran scientists have been so generous in sharing their wisdom. It's been amazing.
At least one of the first contact situations went well.
Right? The cat. Habitat 7. I'm thankful the Angara were willing to risk working with us.
I'm afraid not all of them are quite so friendly.
Some give trust easily. From others, you have to earn it. I'm confident we'll get there.
When did you start believing in a god?
My parents were both scientists. My home was ruled by rationality. So when I became a teenager, let's just say that while other kids found Batarian music, I found God.
But your work as a scientist
convinced me even more, especially when I got into molecular biology, physics. The patterns I kept seeing over and over again, they were like an artist's watermarks. God, to me, is an artist, an inventor, not someone checking to see if I brush my teeth.
I should get back to things.
Sounds good?
That's good.
Liam says he's planning a movie night.
That's the idea.
He's putting it off because it didn't seem right after seeing the exaltation facility. But now there's a delay. I had a thought. Every vid's better with snacks, right? I found an Angaran recipe for these little morsels you can make from a local Helios plant, but it's rare and...
You want me to look for one?
Oh, would you? I'd love to, you know, be social and things.
Okay.
Gil, O'Connell and Serena spent months getting our systems coordinated. You can't just strip and redesign those connections on the fly. Gil? I know you can hear me.
The whole ship can hear you. I'm just not listening.
You're fighting again?
I'm thinking the same, believe me. What can I do for you?
I think we've had these conversations already. Let's do this one.
Tell me something else about the ship.
The glass on board? It's actually a clear oxide and nanofiber compound. It bends rather than shattering.
How tough is it? We're only an arm's length away from hard vacuum.
Our testing involved 3 drunk Krogan with sledgehammers and a C-Sec battering ram. It's sturdy.
What do you think of the rest of the crew?
Jal has all sorts of questions about the ship. I gave him some technical manuals. He tore right through them. I should ask him about Angaran ships. Imagine something actually designed to handle that damn scourge.
I'll let you concentrate.
You know where I'll be.
Before we go, I want to go... Let's go back... Let's see. Yeah, just do that one. So that way, in case the next one is on Kadara, we can just grab it. Because we definitely want to do movie night. It's one of the best. It's one of the best missions in the game. Especially the ending part. And then we'll come right back and we'll go to Kadara. Maybe when we do that, when we get back to the ship, we'll take a break. It's a few minutes away from normally doing that anyway. Of course, the ambassador is probably here now too. Okay, let's see. Let's go there. So I think the next one might be Vetra with like the popcorn.
When trouble comes calling, will you be ready? Why am I armed?
Pathfinder.
Oh, there we go. Another encryption key. Yes, please. I will take it. $10 credits. All right. Immediately go back. Okay.
I think Lexi wanted to speak to you.
Jeez. I should have known.
I found that plant you wanted. Great. I'll give the recipe a try when I'm off duty. I've already got ideas for how to jazz it up. And I'll keep working on Mr. I don't like movie nights here to come along.
I like them. Just not when Gil is glowering at me.
Okay, let's go talk to the doctor.
You have AVP outstanding, Pathfinder.
There's another mod that goes along with the Shut Up Sam that will turn off the AVP messages too.
Ah, Ryder. Sorry for the mess.
Who's your friend?
An exalted cat. I called Jarl to show him. Ah, there he is. Jarl, look at this. There's nothing Angara inside.
The physical can be deceiving.
I've run hundreds of tests. Only traces of the Angara genome remain. The exalted are Ket.
There must be a way to fix them.
Anything's possible. We just have to keep trying.
Even from mistakes, we can learn. Thank you, Ryder.
What?
Jarl needs to accept that exaltation is permanent. You're making his grief worse.
I didn't think about it like that.
Because you see him as a friend, not a patient. That's why I'm here. To observe and treat. Jarl is part of this crew. His welfare is my responsibility.
And you're taking good care of him. Just remember why you came here too. There is a new alien species on your table.
My hands actually shook when I made the first incision. See this bone-like armor? It feels as strong as a Krogan's frontal plate.
I'll take your word for it.
I should probably clean this up before it starts to smell.
Okay. Let's grab a save here on the bridge.
So, Callow, who's that woman I keep seeing you with on the Nexus?
What? Whom?
You're always short of credits after we come back. Is it because of her?
It's complicated, Subi.
Okay. All right, it's break time. We normally stream 4 hours on Saturday or Friday, Saturday too. And we're 2 hours in. So we'll take about a 10-minute or so break, and then we'll come back and we'll go to Kadara Port for the first time. So let's see which one we want to do here. Let's do 10:46. We got, I don't know, maybe 10 to choose from. We're going to do something a little different with the break tomorrow, but I'll go over that on tomorrow morning stream. That's at 10 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow morning, by the way. So, yep, let's take a break. Get up, stretch my legs, go to the restroom, check my mail, and then when I come back, we'll continue. Sit tight, please, and thank you for coming out tonight. I really appreciate it. I'll be back. right, we're back. We're ready to continue. Let's go. Let's get out of here. We get to go to a new place. Finally. But at least we're caught up on all our conversations and stuff now, so that's always good.
Anomaly on sensors.
Oops.
Deploying probe. I found something.
I found it.
According to that astronomer on Aya, a satellite should be here. I'm not detecting anything. If it was here, it's gone. You mean destroyed? I mean, gone. Destruction would leave debris. We've got nothing. Let's try another nav point.
All right, Kadara, Hunting the Archon. Let's see, we've got some other space, some other places here. Eventually, all of these will be discovered. You can go there and scan them for resources and all of that stuff. So, do that stuff offline.
System, Gavorkum. Approaching Kadara.
Besides being a haven for Nexus exiles, what do we know about this place?
Group of exiles called the Outcasts liberated Kadara Port from the Ket. Until recently, their power was absolute. But a new gang, the Collective, has been chipping it away. Real shady bastards led by an unknown called the Charlatan.
Well, with luck, they'll be too busy shooting at each other to notice us.
All the systems that we go to for a planet or whatever, we'll always scan
Anomaly found.
the other places first and get those out of the way. Ket dropship. Thoroughly scavenged its parts, so there's not much left. Right. Baker. Let's see, we'll save Kadara for last, obviously.
Anomaly on sensors. Probe away. Anomaly found.
Hey, we found a mountain. Dense and radioactive metals make portions of mine difficult to scan. This mountain, thick with valuable materials, has gone undiscovered until our arrival. Trobror. $66. Ivernos.
Anomaly detected. Probe away. Tracking a huge mineral deposit.
Yeah, it better be more than 100. Big as it is on the planet. All right, let's see. We did that. All right.
orbiting Kadara. Standing order for all incoming ships. The port is a ceasefire zone by order of Sloane Kelly. She was head of Nexus security. Be ready for anything, and keep comms open. Should hear from our resistance contacts soon.
A mountainous world originally settled by the Angara, Kadara is now a haven for Nexus exiles and pirates. In addition to this criminal element, the planet is plagued by toxic water caused by an atypical amount of sulfide minerals. Ah yes, we can progress Drax. Personal mission as well.
Incoming call. Patching it through.
There's been a development regarding the spy, Venturev. Rendezvous at Crawler's Song. Your contact's codename is Shayna.
Shayna. Got it.
And just whips that thing around and into place like it's nothing.
That's one hell of a welcome sign.
Exiles have stepped up their game since the revolt.
Not too shabby for folk who got kicked off the station with nothing to show for it.
All I see is the trail of bodies they left behind.
Our supplier's waiting. Come on, we're gonna be late.
Do I even want to know?
Nope.
Ah, yes, the infamous. I think this is the one door that like takes forever to unlock. All right, we'll be back for that cell back there. That's the jail cell. Let's see, is that even here? Cora's usually hanging out over here, I think. Well, maybe not.
I get it, I do.
Everything all right?
But no one leaves the
Yeah,
port until their docking
just greasing
papers
some
go
palms
through
so I can park the
processing.
Nomad.
Need any help?
Thanks, but I've got this. You just focus on the spy.
And cargo manifest. Consignee, Big Tehran, vessel name the Svalin. Point of loading, Eladin. That's where we're gonna go next. The next new place. Contains scrap metal, ammunition, grenades, Karkin shells. 10 pounds. There's a research center there.
You won't get away with this. My people won't allow it.
Not for us. The Angara would have been slaughtered by the Kent.
Ungrateful prick. What are you doing to these people?
Nothing they weren't expecting. Port's got 2 rules. No guns and pay your protection fees.
What are you, the mob?
Other way around. Outcasts of the law in Kadara. You got a problem with that? You can join these assholes.
Pathfinder, it will be difficult to find the spy if you're barred from the city.
Guess that's true.
What was that?
Nothing. I'll be on my way.
Creep.
Pathfinder. Interested in the Collective's services?
How do you know who I am?
The Collective makes a point of knowing everything and everyone worth knowing in Helios.
You sound more like information brokers than pirates.
The two aren't mutually exclusive.
What's going on between the Collective and the Outcasts?
Officially, nothing.
Unofficially?
Lines are being drawn, Pathfinder. That's all I can say.
Let's say I was interested in joining your little gang. How would I do that?
You're more high profile than our usual members, but it's up to the charlatan who joins. If you have potential, our leader will reach out to you, usually through a representative.
And then what?
For some, that's it. Others may have to pass a test. It's different for every recruit.
I'm having trouble nailing down what the Collective is exactly.
Understandable. We aren't one thing. Think of us as a service provider. We cater to our clients' needs.
Even if that means killing and stealing from people.
Survival is an ugly business, Pathfinder, but unlike the Outcasts, we aren't governed by hate. If the initiative proved reasonable, I'm sure the charlatan would be willing to work with the Nexus.
Who is the charlatan? No one seems to have a straight answer.
The charlatan is our leader and a private individual. Even I haven't seen him in person.
You take orders from a
How
stranger?
would you know?
I've met representatives, people who speak for the charlatan and carry out their will. Whoever the charlatan is, man or woman, they provide
Congratulations, Jill.
information, care, resources. It's ours. That's enough for me.
What is that for? I forget what veteran is. 50? Is it 50 hours, I think? Maybe it's more than that. Let's see. Groups. Oh, it's not going to be in here. It might be either 50 or 100. One of the two.
Thanks for your time.
Of course, Pathfinder. Of course.
Hey!
Piss off.
You order, you pay.
I said...
You look like you're waiting for someone.
Reyes.
I've got time for a drink.
Shayna, but you can call me Reyes. I hate code names.
I was expecting someone more Angaran.
The Resistance pays me to supply information, among other things.
So you're a smuggler.
More or less.
Your man, Venterev, was arrested by Sloan Kelly, leader
Yes.
of the Outcasts. Word spread about what he did to Moshai Sefa. The people are calling for his execution, and Sloan? She's a woman of the people.
Dress it up however you want. She's a criminal.
You work for the Initiative. Sloane was part of the uprising on the Nexus. I doubt she'll give Ven up easily.
Maybe she'll agree to a deal.
There might be another way to get to Ven. You work Sloane. I'll talk to the Resistance.
How do I contact you if things go south?
Hey, you gotta pay.
Keep the change.
Always do.
Sam, tell me about Sloane Kelly.
Before joining the Initiative as head of Nexus Security, Miss Kelly served in the Alliance with a nearly spotless record.
Nearly?
She was involved in multiple altercations with other officers.
A hothead. Great.
So, the Initiative finally found us.
Who says I'm Initiative?
Your gear. It's too shiny. I recruit for the outcasts, but something tells me Sloane won't want you.
How rude.
Everyone wants a Pathfinder on their team.
Not Sloane. Anyone still affiliated with the Initiative is on her shit list.
Things seem tense between the outcasts and the Collective.
They're a bunch of hypocritical upstarts who hide their dirty tactics behind good business.
See? There's that tension.
Sloane will make quick work of them.
Why hasn't she done so already?
It's not for me to question her methods. Kadara's ours. Nothing's gonna change that.
Can anyone join the outcasts? Besides me, of course.
Anyone can show interest, but Sloane has final say on who becomes a member.
I'm guessing there's a selection process?
All recruits undergo a series of trials that tests their endurance, loyalty, and intellect.
What does it mean to be part of the outcasts?
For most people, it's a sense of security. Something desperately needed in Helios.
You didn't feel secure on the Nexus?
You weren't there during the uprising. It was chaos. And the idiots running things only made it worse. Thanks to Sloane, we have direction. A family.
So you're happy under Sloane?
Yeah, guess I am. Can't say this is what I expected when I signed up in the Milky Way, but I came to Andromeda to be part of something bigger than myself. I have that with the outcasts.
Tell me about Sloane.
Before the uprising, she was head of Nexus Security. She gave up her position to protect us. We'd be dead if not for her.
Do you know her personally?
She makes it a point to get to know all of her people, which is a lot more than the charlatan can say.
That's all for now.
See you around, Pathfinder.
See you around, Indiana Jones.
Prick owes me.
Personal log. Ado. New entry. Saw an Asari placing cameras around the port. Little things hard to find, hard to see. Must be a collective operative. The charlatan's eyes and ears. Asked Shelley if I should tell Sloane's guards. She said it would only bring trouble. Probably right. Don't want to get caught up in the crossfire. Better to keep a low profile. Oh, let's see. Mods. Ah, yes.
One man's junk is nice gear. Could find something better. Check the console.
This is stolen.
Where'd you find your stock?
That information's out of your price range, friend.
Let's see. AR. Jeez. Got the corner on the... Oh, there we go. Shotgun. Spare clip. Yeah, there you go. Plus 63%. Shotgun spare ammo. Heavy melee, don't care about that. Long barrel. Short barrel. Wow. Swapping damage for accuracy. Well, I mean, shotguns aren't that accurate anyway. Generally. Shotgun spare clip. Plus 58% spare ammo. Don't do melee that much, so get the extra 63%. Okay. Did he have any?
How's it going?
Oh, that's everything.
Respect, Krogan.
Squishy thing like you needs protection. Got the best armor in all of Kadara.
And the most expensive, apparently.
You look like you can afford it.
We don't care about any of that.
Didn't think I'd see you again.
Arms dealer.
Kadara's honored by your presence and your credits.
If you've got an issue with me...
Relax. I wouldn't hurt a potential customer.
Sandstorm. Not a bad AR. It's locked for now. This one too. There's a model or something in the next room. Quartermaster McAfee. Cadus. I caught 2 more recruits rifling through the stock. We need locks. Don't give a shit if it sends a message of distrust. I don't trust them. 3 crates of good ale have gone missing this month alone. One of these assholes is to blame. We might all wear the same colors, but these rookies aren't of the same caliber as you and me. McAfee. Yeah, there it is. The campfire model. Take that off your hands. That is locked for later. A story mission happens there.
Sloane's inside. Mind your damn manners.
Focus defenses here and here. The Ket have been quiet for too long. What?
That's quite the throne. Should I bow? Kiss your ring?
Very funny.
So, what brings a Pathfinder to our humble port?
Venturev. Name ring any bells?
What's he to you? And don't lie to me.
I need him so I can infiltrate a Ket flagship. You've obviously got no love for the Ket. I'm doing you a favor.
Kadara is an Angaran port. They want Ven dead, and I want to keep them happy.
This is bigger than local politics.
You don't need Ven. You need his intel. Talk to him before I put his head on a spike.
I can work with that.
See? No reason we can't be civilized.
Should have brought refreshments.
Give the Pathfinder access to the holding cells.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Do some other conversations first.
Our deal's done. What do you want?
I think we can work together. The enemy of my enemy is...
I'm not your friend, but you've proven reasonable. Ask your questions.
So, the outcasts. Give me the sales pitch.
The outcasts aren't for you.
Wow. No hesitation.
I handpicked every one of my crew. They've got either potential or history with me. You've got neither.
Addison said something similar. I'll prove you both wrong.
Addison and I agree on something.
What does the Collective have against the outcasts?
People always want what they don't have. The charlatans' thugs are no different.
Who do you think the charlatan is?
My guess, a group of people. It'd take more than one person to run that outfit.
You're
You'd
not
be surprised.
worried they're moving in on outcast territory?
If they make a play, I'm ready.
How did a human come to lead an Angaran port?
When I got to Kadara, the Ket were rounding up Angara like animals. It was a slaughter. My people put an end to it. Naturally, the locals were grateful.
And the heads decorating the spaceport? What's that about?
A warning.
To the Ket?
To anyone.
I looked you up. Head of Nexus Security. Alliance trained. Record shows a temper, but otherwise paints the picture of a loyal soldier. Why'd you switch sides?
Because I'm sick of serving assholes. I could have handled the situation on the Nexus, but Tam wanted a bloodbath. He brought in the Krogan without even asking me. New galaxy, same old bullshit.
You could have quit.
They would have died without my help. Not all exiles are criminals. Some of us just had enough.
For non-criminals, you sure do kill a lot of people.
I do what I have to protect my people.
Down the barrel of a gun.
You know, Pathfinder, when I joined the Initiative, I thought we could build a new society. A better one. But the Initiative was just another empty promise. The only person I can count on to change things is me.
Helios isn't exactly hospitable. How did he survive after the Nexus?
We didn't leave empty-handed, but when supplies ran low, we were forced to get creative. I ordered hits on Ket convoys, traded with Angaran villages. They told me about Kadara Port.
You never got violent with the Angara?
Just the Rokar. Fuck those guys.
I'll let you get back to it.
Pathfinder, stay out of Kadara's business. This isn't your turf.
Now I talk to Kaitis.
You're not what I expected, Pathfinder.
I get that a lot.
Keep staying on Sloane's good side, and I'll be really impressed.
Are you Sloane's second in command?
She calls me her right-hand Turian. I keep the wheel from squeaking.
The Collective is making waves in Kadara Port. What's the Outcast plan to stay on top?
By not telling our strategies to strangers.
Did you switch sides with Sloane during the mutiny?
I came over on Argnatanus. Never stepped foot on the Nexus.
I ran into some Natana survivors on Havarl.
They're still alive? Must be Rix's doing.
You know Avitus?
We've crossed paths.
You and Sloan seem close.
What about it?
Nothing, just wondering what's the story there.
We met on the Citadel. She punched me in the face when I offered to buy her a drink.
Seriously?
No. Mind your own business, Pathfinder.
See you around, Kaitis.
Rules first.
Don't feed the prisoner.
Don't touch the prisoner. And the only thing that passes between you two are words. Got it?
Absolutely. I won't cause
Yes,
trouble.
ma'am. Well, not yes, she won't.
What do you want?
The Archon ship. Where is it?
This a new interrogation tactic? Sloane's getting lazy.
I don't answer to Sloan. I'm a Pathfinder with the initiative.
The one who rescued the Moshai. I know who you are and what happened on Vold.
You can still make this right, Ven. Tell me what I need to know.
Making it right won't save my life.
But it could save others. The Archon ship. Where is it?
I never saw it. Got my orders from a Ket transponder. But you could use its frequency to triangulate the Archon's location.
Do you still have it?
I buried it before I was arrested. Should still be outside the city.
Thanks for the intel.
Don't you want to know why I did it? Why I betrayed the Moshai?
Enlighten me.
We're losing the war against the Ket, and still, Ephra puts my brothers and sisters in danger to protect a useless old woman.
So you took things into your own hands.
I made the call he wouldn't. The Archon only wanted the Moshai. I thought if I gave her up... I didn't know what the Ket were doing to my people.
Still makes you a traitor.
Ephra still entrusted the Moshai to you, and you betrayed them both.
I did what I thought was right. And I'll accept the consequences.
Pathfinder, the communicator is buried outside the ceasefire zone. I suggest bringing a squad.
Betra, Drac, are you back from whatever it was you were doing?
Yep, our completely legitimate business deal went off without a hitch.
Benefit of bringing a Krogan along.
Oh, wow.
Tell Gil to prep the Nomad. I need to go outside the city.
They installed that in about 3 minutes. All right, so we got a couple side missions we can grab.
You've all seen a dead body before. Move along. The charlatan strikes again.
If you would like, Pathfinder, I could provide an analysis of the deceased.
Wow, that was really low.
He's Angaran. There are multiple lacerations on the face and abdomen.
Another body? I don't get paid enough for this shit.
There's been more than one murder?
7 by my count, but that's all I know.
Perhaps Mr. Vidal would have more information, Pathfinder.
Oh, this is the guy with his sister. I think.
You okay?
What? Oh, yeah, of course.
Maybe you should freak out more quietly then, so you don't draw attention to yourself.
Shit. Was I that obvious?
Yeah. What's going on?
I joined the Outcasts a few weeks ago. Kitus tasked me with collecting protection fees. Thought it'd be easy. But we talked to so many people. I got the names mixed up and banished someone who paid their fee.
Oh, it wasn't sister.
They didn't protest it?
Of course, she did. But they all do. We don't really listen.
You just kicked her out. No questions asked.
You don't have to guilt trip me. I thought about looking for her, but I can't risk Kitus finding out I screwed up. I need this job to feed my little brother. Our mom's still in cryo on the Nexus. He's got no one else.
Does this convenient little brother have a name?
Eli Wessler. I'm not making this up.
Pathfinder, there is an Eli Wessler recorded in the Nexus database.
All right. I'll keep an eye out for... What was the exile's name?
Remy Tamayo. She would have gone to the slums for processing. After that, no idea. The warden might know. Everyone who's banished to the Badlands goes through him.
I think the lift to the slums. Who are we going to take? Okay, we don't need any of that yet. We've got that. Life supports. Do incendiary ammo. And the squad. Let's see. We'll do Drac. Drac and Vetra. Let's go with that. Go over here now.
A city under a city.
At the center is Tartarus, a nightclub.
How toxic can it be?
Sloan thinks he's in charge of the collective.
There's a doctor up here. Inside one of the containers.
There will always be places like this. Doesn't matter what galaxy you're in.
Then why aren't you selling it? Nothing's free in Kadara Port.
You should get some soup. It'll help the cause.
No way.
That shit's back where the strong over here. Psst, over here.
What you got, black market guy?
No discounts. Refunds negotiable.
Cryo incendiary. Oh, that's it. Yeah, here he is. Dr. Nakamoto. Excuse me.
You look well enough.
Get her
My
his
patients
attention.
are usually leaking from somewhere.
No leaking here. Just seeing all Kadara has to offer.
A tourist, huh?
Pathfinder, actually.
One survived. Could have used you when we got to Helios. Dr. Ryota Nakamoto. I used to work as the Outcast's physician. Quit after Sloan turned what should have been a medical breakthrough into a drug.
She's a criminal. What did you expect?
She wasn't always like this. Life since the Nexus, it's changed all of us. When we arrived on Kadara, I found a local string of bacteria that shares properties with penicillin.
Quite the find.
It was, until I discovered the drug is addictive and induces hallucinations in large doses.
Okay, small doses then.
I took my concerns to Sloan. All she saw was an opportunity to make a profit, called the drug Oblivion. But beyond stealing back my formula, there's no way to stop her.
So let's steal the formula.
Are you crazy? It's heavily guarded. I'm a doctor. I don't know how to fight.
We do.
The formula's in my old lab. Please don't get killed trying to fix my mistake.
Modern mess. Ah. Oh, come on, Sarah. No, I'm not a doctor. Don't worry. Okay, personal log. All these are from Dr. Nakamoto. New entry. The clinic is finally up and running. Well, clinic is a strong word. It's a shipping container that I scrubbed until my hands were raw, but it's the best I could do. I have no credits, very little supplies, zero friends, but the people down here need me. Everywhere I look, there's a disease or someone injured. I knew life outside the port was bad, but this is worse than I expected. It's the perfect place for me to atone. Number 2. Excuse me, new entry. There's an Oblivion den just around the corner. Against my better judgment, I tried to appeal to the guards to lower their dorsage. Yeah. All I received for my efforts was a punch in the stomach. I hope they don't harass the clinic. I'm barely keeping it afloat as it is. This morning, I discovered someone mysteriously wired credits to my Omni tool. I think it's the same anonymous donor who keeps leaving supplies at the clinic. I asked Kian, the bartender at Tartarus, who my benefactor might be. He thinks it's the charlatan. Apparently, it's common for the collective to give gifts to potential recruits. I've no interest in joining them. I didn't quit Sloan's gang to join another. But I'm in no position to refuse supplies. As long as they keep coming, I'll keep using them. All kinds of little cubby holes. I think there's somebody down here. If I remember right. Alive. Sanjeev Clement, last words. Delaney Roos, the exile, took me from Nexus against my will. When I wouldn't cooperate, she and her friends beat me and left me here to die. I have no way to contact anyone. I hope my mates on Nexus make it. Damn the exiles. Sanjeev Clement.
Sanjeev Clement. terrible way to die.
Fuck off. This one's ours.
Looting is wrong.
She for real?
Looting is wrong. What a little bitch.
Let's not antagonize them further, Pathfinder.
Fine, Sam, fine. "100% Solarian, no vital signs. Be dead."
Doesn't have Carla's view, but I like it.
Doesn't look like she's in here yet. Conrad Werner's sister is here.
What's your poison?
I'm not picky.
My kind of customer.
All the glasses are the same.
First round's on me. You're more reputable than my usual clientele.
What was it like after leaving the Nexus?
Oh, it was lovely. One big, smelly mutineer party.
Your sarcasm survived the trip.
What can I say? It sucked. We had limited supplies and nowhere to go. Kadara's paradise in comparison, even with the shite water.
The Outcast or the Collective giving you any trouble?
Not really. They tend to shoot each other in remote places, where no one's looking. That won't last forever. All it takes is one wrong move and things get ugly.
What will you do then?
Board up the place and hold out till the smoke clears.
Your bar has a unique design. Something tells me these cages aren't just decorative.
They're for your protection as much as ours. Trust me, my employees can take care of themselves.
Guessing you had issues.
Outlaws and pirates aren't known for their manners. Some customers got rowdy and ended up losing fingers. The bars won't stop a bullet, but it's a clear warning to keep your hands to yourself.
I'll let you get back to it.
Never enough drinks to pour.
Mineral survey, Dirk. Dirk. Based on the latest data, I suggest investing in barite. Market's going to be flooded with sulfur when the mining starts. Barite's the perfect weighting agent. If you want to collect samples, there's a deposit in Dralier.
Want to make some easy credits?
Only if it's legal.
Of course. As you may know, Kadara's most valuable trade is scrap and resources stolen from the Nexus. But that well's running dry.
I'm not stealing for you.
Not my goal. My focus is resources native to Andromeda. I have it on good authority there's a large barite deposit in Dralier. Barite's going to be big.
You don't say.
I sent a surveyor to check it out, but he hasn't returned. All I need from you is peace of mind.
Send me his last nav point. I'll check on him.
Much appreciated.
Oh, it's not an Asari dancer. Let's see Sarah's move. Does she have any moves? Wow, that was what, about 10 seconds worth? Get the same thing every time? Let's see, was that the front door? Oh, we're not going out anyway. We gotta go talk to Mr. Reyes. Oh, this may. Oh, here she is, right here. For some reason, I was thinking she was downstairs, but she's upstairs. All Tartarus staff. Hey, Gina Mahariva, how you doing? Welcome. Happy Friday. Or Saturday, depending on where you are. Upstairs, private room is now occupied, so you'll have to find a new place to nap. Bring the gentleman whatever he asks. Tab is under Vidal. Ian. There she is. Cassandra Werner.
Sorry, if you're looking for a
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. It's good to see you. How have you been? Haven't seen you in a while.
Is this what you came all the way here for? Living in a place like this?
Had to get away from my crazy family in the Milky Way. My brother, Conrad, well, he's a couple of quarts low on EZO, if you know what I mean. But now I'm here, and
The truer words have never been spoken.
Sloane Kelly, I want to be just like her. That attitude, her accent. She's like, hey, you bastard, lick my boots, kiss my ring, and then my bum. I want to work for her, learn the ropes. Then call up my brother Conrad and be all, see, idiot, you're not the only one in the family hanging out with famous people.
Right. Good luck with that.
Oh my God, idiocy runs in the family. The whole family is a couple of sandwiches shy of a picnic lunch.
Tell her to call later. I'm drinking. And leave the bottle.
Leave the bottle. All right, man, we got a lot of reading and stuff to do today. All right, thanks to Kian Dogger from Reyes Vidal. Thanks for the terminal and the room. As always, you're a king among men. Well, thank you, Gina. I appreciate it. It's good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy your dinner and the rest of your night. Let's see. All right. Reply from Kian is king among men. Hardly. It's not like I gave you them for free, but you're welcome all the same. See you for drinks later. Job for you. To Reyes from Lachlan. Vidal and Faulkner. Word around Kadara Port is you're a man who can acquire and deliver items quickly and discreetly. I have a need of such a man. Write me back if you're interested. Lachlan. The reply is, I'm sure we can work something out. Meet me at Crawla's tomorrow night. I like to meet my clients face to face. Until then, please don't send any details through mail. I make it a practice not to leave a paper trail. Good for him.
Ryder, glad you're here. I'm sure you've heard about the murders.
There's a fresh body outside Crawla's. Some of the locals say it's the charlatan's handiwork.
I don't buy it. The charlatan is discreet, careful. Whoever did this wanted the bodies found.
Making a statement.
But to who?
The killer could be unhappy with how Sloane's running things.
Less than a third of the victims are outcasts. No. If I was a betting man, and I am, I'd say it was the Rokar.
Why would a Rokar be in Kadara Port?
It's Angaran built, and before Sloane, Angaran run. I think the Rokar came here looking for new recruits, and things got out of hand.
And the Angara victims? How do they fit into your theory?
I did some digging. All of the deceased Angara were public Milky Way sympathizers.
So the victims either were from the Milky Way...
or supported us. It's the only pattern I could find.
An Angaran port run by aliens would be a prime target for their cause.
Problem is, I've got no proof. And the Resistance doesn't want to antagonize the Rokar.
Guessing that's where I come in.
I need that fancy AI of yours to scan for evidence that could implicate the Rokar. People are scared, Ryder. This is your opportunity to win friends in Kadara Port.
Looks like I'm adding detective to my growing list of titles.
Detectives find things, and you're...
A pathfinder.
One of the crime scenes isn't far. Give me a call when you get there.
Level up hype. We gotta talk to the warden. Although it's funny, they have this gate that you're supposed to go through. To get to the other side, you can just jump over. I want to say there's a chest or some minerals or something over here somewhere. Oh, there it is. You may never come back.
What do you know about the situation out there?
You might say I'm the warden of the Badlands. It's not a place for tourists.
Wow, he is a tiny Krogan.
I can handle it.
A lot of people say that.
Oh, he's sitting down. Okay.
Badlands are Kadara's dumping ground, like a giant prison. When you're too nasty for even this place, we kick you out there.
You mean exiles who get exiled?
Yep, worst of the worst. And some of them want to be there. Got secrets to hide, I guess. The water's toxic. Sulfur springs are everywhere. Have a nasty habit of catching fire. Yeah, so have at it. Knock yourself out.
I'm looking for a Remy Tamayo. Any idea where I might find her?
Tamayo. Oh, yeah. She's the one who kept insisting she's innocent.
She is innocent. The outcast collecting the fees made a mistake. Remy paid up.
Well, shit. That's never happened before.
As far as you know.
Don't get smart, Pathfinder. Last time I saw your girl, she was talking with Johan and his crew. Nasty bunch. I'll send you the nav point to their last known location. Prepare for a fight.
All right, time for lay of the land.
Activating automated forward station deployment. Mining zones have been added
Yay,
to
we
your
got
nav system,
2%.
Pathfinder.
Woo!
I bet I could drink it.
No, Drac, no.
All right, Sam. Show me what we've got.
Kadara's water is dense with sulfide minerals, the oxidation of which produces toxic streams and lakes.
So, no skinny dipping?
No dipping at all, Pathfinder. Even the Nomad's shields cannot withstand the water's corrosive properties. The presence of monoliths suggests a vault that might reduce the acidity. However, outlaws, pirates, and other unsavory exiles inhabit Kadara's hills. The further you travel from the mountain, the more dangerous it will become.
Good to know. Let's get out there.
All right, let's do the, let's see, Helios, Kadara, that one. What is the story mission here? Ah, the Ket transponder, okay.
Wonder how many drunk idiots have fallen in there.
At least we can use the...
Are you worried about your colony?
Of course, who isn't worried out here?
You don't act like it.
You learn not to show it.
The don't have to use the four-wheel drive as much here because of the roads. Now obviously you'll have to when you get up into the mountains, but at least we
A
can
wind farm. Smart.
Must be how they power Kadara
travel
Port.
pretty quickly in general.
Here they come!
Oh, there we go.
Look out. Our connections won't do us any favors at a camp like that.
Let's head over there.
We can't leave the outlaws to claim this tech.
Exiles could have rolled up and died, but look at what they've built, even out here.
Remember exactly where it is. Okay. Oh man, I really wish I could jump to there. That would be beautiful.
So wait, you're Kesh's father?
Grandfather.
Andromeda plant sample detected nearby.
Thanks, Sam. Thanks for interrupting. Wanted to hear the conversation, dude.
Pathfinder, this is the murder site Mr. Vidal asked you to investigate.
That's why we're here. For those of you that were not here.
Ben Terev claimed he buried the Ket transponder near this location.
Yeah, I think it's under the stairs, actually. I mentioned this, we were talking about it the other day about how much Sam talks. There is a mod. I'm playing on PC, by the way. There is a mod that reduces the number of comments that Sam makes, especially around things like turning on the mining computer, and I think that's part of it. If it's not, I know there is a mod. Now whether it's included with this one, I don't remember, but comments about the temperature change and stuff like that, those are either completely gone now or severely reduced, so we'll find out. Whoa. Yeah, remember that dagger.
Reyes, I'm at the crime scene.
Great. I've got intel on our dead guy, Krogan Male. Went by the name of ZR.
ZR.
His frontal plate was pried off before he was shot to death.
Poor bastard.
Not one of mine.
Do your scanning thing. Look for anything that might lead us to the killer.
Killer.
These footprints are distinctly Angaran.
I count at least 3 attackers. The tracks make it look like an ambush.
Fits the Rokar profile. It's a start.
Angaran blood. Matches your Rokar theory, Reyes.
DNA cannot identify political affiliations.
Keep scanning. We need hard evidence.
Angaran blood. Matches your Rokar theory, Reyes.
DNA cannot identify political affiliations.
Stainless steel. Adi Karkin. Victim has been living off local wildlife. Personal log, Zier. More mines went missing. Damn scabs. Not gonna bother putting them out anymore. It was just a stupid precaution anyway. If someone's got the quads to take me on, I welcome the challenge. Footlocker. Let's see, what is that? 190 proof Rincall, which is a Klingon, Jesus. Krogan drink. Trace genetic material on the rim matches the victims. Evacuation notice. With the recent reports of toxic water supply in the Badlands, the plans for large-scale settlement have been canceled. Instead, this area will be sealed off and converted to a penal colony. Anyone who fails to evacuate does so at their own risk. You'll be considered a permanent resident of the territory and won't be allowed back in. Ms. Kelly.
A knife. Killer must have dropped it during the getaway. Something's carved into the blade.
It's Shalash, the Angaran trade language. A home filled with strangers becomes a prison.
Sounds pretty Rokar.
This inscription, along with the DNA and footprints, supports the theory proposed by Mr. Vidal, Pathfinder.
Let's pay our local Rokar a visit.
You know where they are?
I wasn't sitting on my ass this whole time. I'm looking at the place right now.
Send me the coordinates. These murders stopped today.
Yeah, I guess the
Angaran footprints lead this way.
See where they go.
They already did that. Yeah, like I said, I think the transponder is under the stairs. Yeah. There she blows.
Found it.
That thing's busted.
The transponder's power source is drained.
So let's juice it up. Turn it on, then Gil can work his magic.
Once complete, this should provide us with the Archon's location, and in turn, meridians.
See? We're halfway there already.
Oh yeah, the hard part's totally behind us.
Thanks, Vetra.
Pathfinder, Reyes still needs your help investigating the murders in Kadara Port.
I know, that's where we're going. Chill out, buddy. Unfortunately,
this
we may.
area could be viable for an initiative outpost, Pathfinder. However, for any long-term success, you'll need to find a solution to Kadara's water toxicity problems.
This is Sloane's. Goes underground.
Hopefully there's a way down. We're gonna need a really big drill. Think that's it. Another memory trigger?
One of your father's memories is now accessible. Return to Sam Node on the Hyperion to investigate further.
How'd you meet Cash?
A few years ago, I was running with a mercenary band, mostly smuggling work. Nova Force. Ambitious name for a small-time crew. On one of the jobs, I got caught by Kesh. Made a deal. I got her some experimental prototypes out of Terminus. She didn't turn me in. It became a thing. She was always good for jobs. Paid well, and upfront. Credits helped me go independent. But then I got suspicious. All the things she was asking me to get. So I asked. That's when I heard about the initiative.
She brought you on.
Oh yeah. I bought the pitch, like everyone else.
Activating automated forward station deployment.
Damn, that sky is something else.
Mining zones in this.
Ooh, we got 4. Get rid of the marker. Where are we going now? All right, we got to go over this way. Yeah, see, there's a lot here actually.
Raw. It's a smuggler's dream.
This technology is not registered to either of Kadara's factions, Pathfinder.
Cave over there. Maybe something's inside.
No, not yet. We will be back to that cave though. For sure.
You think Kesh lied to you?
Nah, she's not the type. I'm pretty sure none of us really knew what we were getting into. Bamboozled.
Nice word.
Yeah, I learned it from Sid. She's into some weird old human shit.
Good name for a drink. The Bamboozler.
I try it.
Shit. There I am again, falling for my... Surely you can go in a straight line no matter where it goes, right? Shit. Bethesda and Skyrim, this is not. All right, come on. There we go. This might be a little better.
This is it. Rhea's actually gonna show up.
We've been streaming for 3.5 hours and I haven't fired a single bullet yet.
Reyes should be here.
I detect no sign of Mr. Vidal, Pathfinder. Shall we proceed without him?
That's not...
Don't move.
Don't move.
Were we too loud?
Shut up. Farrah will deal with you.
Farrah Fawcett?
I don't need to tell you what happens next.
You're going to try to kill me and my friends. I've got a few questions first.
No. You'll bleed. Just like the others.
So it's true. You murdered innocent people.
Invaders and sympathizers are not innocent. I will protect my home.
Don't let your hate poison you. We can coexist.
Like here on Kadara. Sloane lies to my people and uses them for power.
I'm not Sloane.
You are all the same.
Not so fast.
You're late.
I've got a good reason. You'll see in 3,
Don't just stand there!
2...
Kill them!
Still mad?
Die!
No more intruders! Someone help me!
That one's not getting up!
Brr. I love track. Why? Only one person left.
Changing position.
Oops, sorry guys. Let's take a look around in here first. Datapad. Personal log Faranoskos. Today, I witnessed one of my own flirting with that disgusting blue bartender at Port. It took all of my self-control not to slice him open when he stumbled outside the bar. Once we have enough recruits, the entire planet needs to be cleansed of alien scum and their sympathizers.
You were right. These logs prove they came here for recruits, then started killing the locals.
And now they're dead. Don't you love a happy ending?
Critters. Probably an IROC. No. Could be outside.
The streets of Kadara are safe again. You did good, Ryder. Don't worry. I'll let all the important people know who to thank.
Reyes swings both ways, as I recall.
Always good working with you, Reyes.
Next time, let's skip the murder and go straight to the bar.
Name the time and place. I'll be there.
That's the spirit. Don't be a stranger, Pathfinder.
73 points, increased 5%. Hello. Wow, really? Oh, we missed something in there. I mean, I'm not going to go back in there, but missed something. Chest or a log or something to that effect. I think that's like the blood rage when he does that.
We've got targets!
Activating automated forward station deployment.
Oh, hey, there's another one. Hey, buddy.
Mine zones in this region are available, Pathfinder. I've added them to your nav system.
Okay, let's see. A little over 20 minutes left. What can we accomplish? Kadara. We could try that one. Yeah, continue working with Reyes. Modern medicine. You conquer the world, or at least the Helios cluster. All right, so I think that is. Ouch. Kadara
I tried. I asked around.
Yeah.
Loudly. Dumb, huh?
You were a kid.
Sure way to make someone vanish is to let him know someone else is looking. Either Dad or whoever it was that made him disappear.
You hate him for it.
Nah. I tell myself he'd come back if he could have. I'll never get the truth, so I'll take the lie that makes everything easier.
Nakamoto's lab. This is gonna be fun.
Oh. Excuse me. Let me get my mobile. Oops. And then I jump over it. What an idiot.
Collective wants to join the fun.
chew on this. They're all dead, Drac. Well, except for this last one. There even any remains? It's funny. We had this big fight, and she's in there picking through all the body parts that are left. Garbage. Wow. Just like I said before, some of these doors are ridiculously slow to open.
These plants produce the bacteria used in Oblivion.
Don't hurt me.
Oh, backup life support. That's not bad. Okay, dosage. Arena. Slums need another re-up. Also, adjust the dosage. We had 2 more die on us. It's bad for business. We want them addicted, not dead. Kitus. Lab monkeys should have another batch ready for you pronto. As for the dosage, might be dangerous to adjust without Ryota. I suggest keeping it as it is. Arena. Another one. What with all your medical expertise? Just do as I say.
Please, don't shoot. I'm unarmed.
Give me the Oblivion formula and you've got nothing to fear. Who are you?
Dr. Irina Ferenth. Ryota sent you, didn't he? With a sob story about Sloan misusing his medical breakthrough.
Something like that.
Oblivion wasn't his breakthrough, it was ours.
Is everyone on this planet a lying asshole?
We always meant Oblivion to be a highly addictive drug. That it has medicinal value was a coincidence.
I've seen Dr. Nakamoto's clinic. He's not the type to create something harmful.
That clinic is a front. The charlatan gives anonymous donations so he'll patch up collective thugs, no questions asked. You've had what, 1 conversation with him? I've known Ryota for years. Everything he does for credits.
But you're different.
I place survival above credits. Give Ryota the formula, and I'm as good as dead. Sloan will see to that.
I've seen Sloan's outfit. Not a lot of doctors. You're too valuable to kill.
She'll see it as cooperating with the enemy. Loyalty's more important to Sloan than brains.
All right, so what do we do? Do we keep? Do you tell her to keep it, or do we take it? I know what I've always done, but I'll let you folks decide. For those of you that want to chip in and chime in. Yeah. Yeah, I always take it.
You're lying about Dr. Nakamoto to keep the formula.
You willing to bet
Welcome
my life
back,
on that?
Eldon.
Yep.
Fuck you.
Locked from the inside. I'll override it.
Huh? What was that for? Let's see if there's anything up here. Sometimes there'll be a chest on the top of these buildings for no reason whatsoever other than for you to find it. Oh man, yeah, with the low dose aspirin being a blood thinner, I guess. Watchdog, what's up? Happy Friday. Happy Friday, everybody. Yeah, about 15 minutes or so left. All right, now we get to go back. No, hi. Take that back. I've never had a nosebleed, so I don't know what the experience is like. It can't be fun, that's for sure. Never had a nosebleed, never had a broken bone.
Ow, shit! Okay, don't touch that.
Think it will scar?
Shouldn't. Metagel works wonders on stab wounds, and yours was shallow.
Oh.
You sound disappointed.
No, it's fine. I'm fine.
Good news, Doctor. Got your formula.
You have no idea what this means to me.
It was nothing.
I couldn't sleep knowing I was responsible. But it's safe now. Thank you, Pathfinder.
Yeah, there. You're talking about the. Where is it? There's 3. Is it up here? No, it's in one of the other containers up here. The 3. Yeah, these 3 messages in here. We did read those earlier. Yeah, I mean, yeah. If you're not snooping around, looking for that kind of stuff, you'd never know that the right choice is to actually take it and give it back to him.
Got any bread?
Got any bread?
Hey, you there. Come talk to me. I'll make it worthwhile.
Oh? You want to talk to me?
You're that initiative big shot, aren't you?
Maybe, maybe not. Do I owe you credits?
Ah, you're a playful one. I like that. You could say I'm disillusioned with the exiles. People here can't be trusted. Sooner stab you in the back than work together. So, I got no love for any of them.
They don't deserve you.
Damn straight. Outlaws got innovative ways of putting stuff together. I bet a smart one like you could learn a lot from scrutinizing our, stuff. You should check out Outlaw Tech and Materials. Might learn a few things. You remember who gave you the skinny on that.
I don't remember if we actually even finished the first one. Way back at the beginning of the game.
Ryder.
Ryder.
Perfect timing. You saved me the trouble of looking for you.
You're a needy guy, Reyes.
Stop being useful, and I'll stop bugging you.
Give me the details.
A business rival, Zia Cordier, lifted cargo I was moving for a client.
You want my help getting it back?
We worked so well together on the Rokar job, I thought you'd be willing.
What did she steal?
No idea. Client paid extra for privacy. Considering my fees, it must be valuable.
You didn't check.
Honor's got a price. And the client paid it.
How'd this rival of yours get hold of your cargo?
Her usual tactics. Got my middleman drunk, then stole his ship.
Sounds like you know from experience.
Please, I keep to a 3-drink maximum when I'm on a job.
We cut the profits 50-50.
60-40. Final offer.
Deal.
When she stops in Kadara, Zia drinks at Krala's song. We'll start there. See if Umi heard anything that could help us.
Just gotta be hell on her knees. Yep. Go to the slums. Oh, man.
We don't have much of a choice left.
Get that guy tomorrow. Another data pad. I should probably look. Oh, Eldon, I don't know. Oh, you were here when I was talking about the Sam. Sam, shut up. Joel, buddy.
Pathfinder, I'm uncomfortable here. I'm trying to be cheerful, but I'm not doing a good job.
Joel, keep your voice down.
Why? I am not ashamed of my feelings.
What can I get you? Don't say surprise me.
There should be an option on there that says surprise me.
Were you a bartender back in the Milky Way?
Yup.
You like it?
Nope.
So why do it?
It's familiar.
Pays the bills.
If you wanted familiar, you're in the wrong galaxy.
I am where I am. Bartended on Thestia for 200 years. Thought I wanted a change. Turns out, change sucks.
So what's the latest in Kadara?
The port's on the brink of civil war. The Charlatan and the Collective have been gunning for Sloane's throne. Thought it was all talk until they started killing each other in the Badlands.
You're pretty calm about it.
When you live in a place run by pirates, violence becomes relative. I'm not gonna worry until the shooting's outside my bar.
How do you feel about Sloane? Do you like her?
I like Sloane fine, but her protection fees can go to hell.
She makes you pay for protection?
Yep, and the price of safety keeps getting higher. Can't complain too much, though. The outcasts are my biggest customers.
You mentioned the Charlatan and the Collective.
Yeah, what about them?
Who are they?
Wow, you're new here. No one knows who the Charlatan is. That's kind of the point. He, she, they, whatever, run the Collective. They like to think of themselves as some kind of spy network. But they're just thugs. Might be a little smarter than the outcasts, but no one's got the moral high ground in Kadara.
Thanks for the gossip.
Part of the job.
Whiskey. Neat.
That's the only way we serve it.
She want to get her shit face so she'll pass out like Shep.
You look like you're waiting for someone.
That's my line.
You want a drink or a room?
Information, actually.
That'll cost you more than a round of drinks.
My friend's good for it.
Cheap bastard.
You still owe me for the last time.
Fine. It was just a joke. I've got a bottle of Elasa I'm willing to part with.
What do you want to know?
Zia Cordier. She been around recently?
You mean your ex? Yeah, she was here.
You never mentioned Zia was your girlfriend.
She's not. We drink together sometimes. I drink with a lot of people. Anyway, she was here?
Yeah, met with a Solarian. Shifty guy I'd never seen before. Maybe it was the charlatan.
Anything's possible. You overhear their conversation?
They were planning to meet someone at Spirit's Ledge.
Thanks, Umi.
Whatever. You didn't hear it from me.
If you check the meeting spot, I'll follow the collective lead. Doubt Zia was meeting the charlatan, but you never know.
Why am I always stuck with the hard work?
Because I'm the delicate one. Call me when you get to the meeting spot.
Oh, there's Drac. Now he's here.
You know, Kadara ain't half bad. Nexus could learn a thing or two.
Why do you drink here instead of Tartarus?
This place has Umi. She gets me. Or at least she keeps pouring.
How does this place stack up to the Krogan colony?
Hard to compare. The colony's ours. It works for Krogan. But these exiles are onto something here if they can just get along.
Who do you think the charlatan could be?
Anyone or no one. A lot of people would rather get behind a story than face reality.
I assume you have opinions about Sloane.
That's putting it lightly. Sloane switched sides, helped the uprising when she was head of Nexus security. I don't like Tan any more than I like her, but loyalty counts.
Don't have too much fun.
It's early.
Where is it? Yeah, you gotta go out to this. You gotta go out there to where you can see the map. I wanted to. I don't remember where it was. See if we can sneak it in before the end of the stream.
You sure about this? We don't have much.
Sure about this? Uh-oh. There we go. She always gets stuck right there in that same spot. Oh, great. Yeah, like I said. I don't know if I've ever tried to get up there on top of that landing pad. You can do that. You can do that next time. This button. Oh crap, it's way out there. Alright. Ah shit, we'll do it. At least we'll at least do this step. Damn, oh god. I mean, you guys know I'm playing Elden Ring offline. I almost called for the Nomad the way that you call for your horse in that game. That's not gonna work.
You ever need a shoulder to lean on,
Whoops.
I can, ask around.
Got a box of spares somewhere?
You know it.
Could ask around. Excuse me. How about that rock face, huh? Practically vertical. Oh, don't do this to me. Oh, you jerk face.
No one's here. Meeting must have already gone down.
Let's look around. Maybe Zia left something behind. What's that?
Working console out in the middle of nowhere.
Here goes nothing.
You know, kid, switches can be attached to things that explode.
This one was fine. Success. It's open. Moving in.
On to the next one. That's fine, Watchdog. This auto mod's a little aggressive at times.
Reyes, I found a data pad with what looks like a nav point.
Must be where Zia's hiding the cargo. Probably left that behind for the buyer.
Why not just tell the buyer directly?
Frequencies can be hacked. Dead drops are considered safer, especially for a big sale.
Did you find anything on your end?
The Salarian is a fence. No direct connection to the collective. My guess is Zia met him to find potential buyers. Let's follow up on those coordinates. I'll meet you there.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the only thing that you can customize visually on the Nomad is the paint scheme. I mean, there's a lot of them too. God. What? 12 to 15, I think? I don't know if you know the number, Eldon, but it's got a bunch. All right, so yeah, we're gonna do area. All right, so we'll go back. We'll go back to port. Go back to the bar, I guess, in that area. Grab a save, and we'll call it a night. I'm not sure what.
Understanding how shit works. Back home, I knew the politics, the people, the places. Here, everything's new. You can't play the system when you don't know what it is.
I don't know about that. The way the Nexus treated us Krogan seems like the system came with us.
The way I treat this in this game is the Krogan really got shit on in the Milky Way, so they get all my good graces in this game. And with that, we're gonna call it a night. Let's see, yeah, it is 10 o'clock or almost. Thank you everyone for coming out. I really appreciate it. I know she's gone now because of the time difference and all of that, but C-Star resubbed. She's up to 38 months. So C-Star, thank you for that. If you are watching this later, like I said, I don't know. I'm 50-50 on whether it's going to be this or Elden Ring in the morning. We were talking, C-Star and I were chatting earlier about Elden Ring when she was here. So I said I might stream it in the morning if she was interested in seeing it. So I might do that. Don't know yet. Keep an eye in Discord or on my Twitter if you want to know ahead of time. And you can do that. Streamerlinks.com/TheIcemanCometh. That's where you can get my Twitter account, my Discord website, and the gaming profiles, Xbox, PlayStation, Steam, all that other stuff is all there. Man, I feel like I'm a midget sitting in this chair. It's because of the camera can only go down so far. It's almost already touching the top of the monitor. So I can't really put it up any higher. And I could lower it a little bit and tilt it up a little bit maybe. But then I don't want to mess with the N7 back there because I got it exactly where I want it on the screen. So it can be seen by anyone and everyone because I love it. And I'm going to show it off. Oh, look at that. Yes, I do. Sovereign, 999 hours. So it looks like tomorrow we're going to have another stalker. Another stalker amongst us. And Baldahar, remember, you owe me a game. Or I owe you a game, but you need to tell me what you want. For those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, everybody that reaches 1,000 hours in my channel, I will gift them a game of their choice. So that's just a little show of appreciation from me to them. Let's see. Anyway, yeah, that's going to be it for the night. Like I said, I'm not sure what we're going to do tomorrow. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern time. You may find out when I do. It may not be a choice I make until the start of the stream. So keep an eye out on that. Let's see who we've got on. We've got a couple of people here. Let's see who that is. Before we do that, before we do the Friday night raid, if you want to join us, come say hi for a couple minutes. That's fine. If not, I understand. Copy everything after the colon and paste it into whoever's channel we wind up going to, and that winner is Wanderlust again. Of course, there's only 2 people on. Ty, you guys know Ty. Ty and Wanderlust. She's playing Immortals Phoenix Rising again. So copy everything in from after the colon in there and paste it into her channel when we get over there. She's, like I said, she's playing Immortals Phoenix Rising again. She's got to be getting close to the end. Super nice. She did have her raids turned off for a while back when all the Hossbots were doing their thing, so she turned all of that off. Try to protect herself from a lot of that stuff. So, but she's turned it back on so we can raid her, and let's go do that. 10 a.m. tomorrow. I don't know what it's going to be yet. We'll find out tomorrow morning. See you guys tomorrow. Have a good night, and I will see you then. Enjoy. Here she is.